After enduring a 6-month-long drought, a light rain begins to fall, bringing hope to the weary pride. The light rain has helped Junior regain a little strength, enough to continue the journey with the pride. However, the challenge is far from over. With a small rain bringing a glimmer of hope, Junior finds the strength to continue. But the lions know that only a heavy downpour can save the ecosystem and secure the pride's future. Welcome to the untamed wilderness of Croatia. In the Dinaric Alps, the majestic limestone backbone of Croatia, each passing day unfolds as a fierce battle for survival. On the sheer cliffs, a herd of alpine chamois leisurely grazes. Unaware of the looming presence, a grey wolf silently leads the pack, its piercing eyes sharp as blades beneath the moonlight, patiently awaiting the perfect moment. The seahorse, on the other hand, chooses a more tranquil path, clinging to the seaweed and existing in harmonious accord with the gentle currents of the ocean. Croatia, a flawless fusion of rugged mountains, sprawling plains, the vast sea, and 1,000 shimmering islands. From the shores of the Adriatic Sea to the towering peaks of the Dinaric Alps, Croatia unfolds like an ancient tome, revealing tales etched deep within the history of our Earth. Perched atop the largest karst system in Europe, this land was sculpted by geological forces more than 200 million years ago. Over the course of millions of years, water and time have sculpted the limestone, forging an extensive network of deep caves, karst valleys, and intricate underground rivers. The primeval forests of the Dinaric Alps stand as an ancient tome of nature. Rising upon limestone that has endured for millions of years, the soil here is thin yet rich in minerals, crafting an ideal sanctuary for towering trees to flourish. Silver fir trees soar up to 40 meters, standing tall and majestic like colossal pillars. Meanwhile, black pine and European beech form dense forest layers, effectively preventing soil erosion. Deep within these primeval forests, the grey wolf emerges as a potent emblem of wilderness sovereignty. They are masters of survival in a harsh and unforgiving natural world. With their dense fur, they blend seamlessly into the ancient forest's tapestry. The grey wolf dwells within tightly knit packs, their social structure distinctly defined and guided by an alpha pair. Their haunting howls, capable of carrying over 9 miles, serve as invisible signals that bind the pack together and proclaim their presence across the wilderness. When hunting, the grey wolf is a masterful tactician. With their keen sense of smell, they track and encircle their prey. The owl's strike, powered by an astonishing bite force of 1,500 pounds per square inch, can shatter bone within mere seconds. The hunt is a flawless orchestration of teamwork, leaving the prey with no chance to escape. But the role of the grey wolf extends far beyond mere predation. They are the guardians of the ecosystem, regulating the populations of herbivores such as deer and wild boar. Their presence helps maintain the natural balance, preserving the forest's verdant canopy. The wolf, endowed with strength and intelligence, is far more than a mere predator. It is the very soul of the forest. The howl of the wolf, echoing through the dense forest, reminds me nature still harbors wild souls brimming with pride. A pack of wolves hunts with instinct and discipline, qualities that modern humans sometimes forget. Without a single howl, the wolf commands the forest's reverence through its silent presence alone. Plitvice Lakes National Park, a symphony composed of water, stone, and life. Recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1979, Plitvice is a unique ecosystem where life flourishes and endures to its own distinct rhythm. 16 lakes are interlinked by more than 90 waterfalls, resembling shimmering emerald jewels scattered across 300 square kilometers. Kozyak Lake, the largest in the system, stretches over 2.5 kilometers, its turquoise waters mirroring the sky and the dense forests that embrace its shores. And the waterfalls of Plitvice, such as the Veliki Slap, soaring to a majestic height of 78 meters, stand as awe-inspiring wonders. Water cascades over the layers of limestone, producing echoes that resonate like a timeless hymn sung by nature itself. The freshwater ecosystem of Plitvice Lake stands as one of the most richly diverse in all of Europe. The pristine forests encircling the lake serve as a sanctuary for approximately 50 species of mammals. Approximately 321 species of butterflies have been identified here, these fluttering jewels adding vibrant hues to an already breathtaking landscape. The shores and shallow waters of Plitvice form an ideal habitat for 12 species of amphibians. They play a crucial role in maintaining the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Lakes and waterfalls are not merely breathtaking natural wonders, they also serve as vital habitats for freshwater species, among which the brown trout stands out as a distinguished resident. This fish species forms the very foundation of the freshwater ecosystem, embodying the pristine purity of the lake's waters. The Dinaric Alps, with their towering rocky peaks and ancient dense forests, form the stage upon which the brown bear performs its enduring dance of survival. As one of the largest terrestrial mammals in Europe, the brown bear population in the Dinaric Alps is estimated to number around 900 individuals, making it one of the continent's most robust and thriving populations. An adult bear can weigh up to 600 kilograms. With their powerful muscles, they can reach speeds of up to 55 kilometers per hour when the need arises. Claws stretching 10 centimeters long and razor-sharp teeth, wielding a bite force exceeding 1,200 pounds per square inch, render them among the most formidable predators. Despite its formidable strength, the brown bear is an omnivore with a diverse diet ranging from berries, roots, and honey to fish and carrion. The true power of the brown bear lies not merely in its physical strength, but also in its intelligence and remarkable adaptability. With their keen sense of smell, they can detect scents from distances exceeding 5 kilometers, enabling them to pinpoint the location of prey or sources of nourishment with remarkable precision. Deep within the ancient forests of Risenjak National Park, the Eurasian lynx prowls in silence, a ghostly presence of the wild realm. As the largest lynx species in Europe, it embodies mystery and strength. Their thick fur, adorned with black spots, provides perfect camouflage within the dense, tangled forests. The distinctive tufts of fur adorning their ears serve not only as identifiers but also amplify their keen sense of hearing. The lynx possesses the extraordinary ability to detect the faintest of sounds from distances spanning hundreds of meters. As a solitary creature, it maintains a territory spanning from 25 to 75 square kilometers. In the realm of predators, the Eurasian lynx stands as a patient conqueror. Rather than rushing into an attack, it spends hours lying in ambush patiently, waiting for its prey to unwittingly wander into its sights. With the ability to sprint at speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour, a strike from the lynx is enough to end its prey, targeting the neck or head with unerring precision. Yet the survival journey of the lynx is fraught with relentless challenges. Currently, the Eurasian lynx population in Croatia is estimated to number only around 40 to 50 individuals. The Eurasian lynx can wait silently for hours, poised to unleash a precise and deadly strike. If it were you, would you possess the patience to await that perfect moment? Amidst the stillness of ancient woodlands, the resonant drumming of the European green woodpecker reverberates like a wild symphony composed by nature itself. The most striking feature of this bird is its beak, as hard as steel, a supreme tool for survival. The beak is not merely a weapon to pierce the bark. It is the key that unlocks the hidden realm of the leafcutter ants, their primary source of sustenance. The European green woodpecker plays a vital ecological role by regulating insect populations, thereby safeguarding trees from harmful pests. Deep within the ancient primeval forests, the call of the western capercaillie resounds like a bold proclamation of dominion. As one of the largest forest birds in Europe, it stands as a symbol of majesty and strength. During the mating season, the males establish territories known as leks, where they proudly puff out their chests, fan their tails, and emit powerful calls to captivate the females. This intricate display is not merely a demonstration of strength. It ensures the continuation of robust genetic lineages. In the shroud of night's darkness, the Eurasian eagle owl awakens, silently stalking its prey beneath the dense canopy. With a haunting call that pierces the stillness, this largest owl of Europe asserts its dominance within the food chain. Great wings, broad and velvety, glide through the air, without a whisper, rendering the Eurasian eagle owl an almost invisible predator. Its diet is extraordinarily diverse, ranging from European wild rabbits to smaller predators. This extraordinary adaptability ensures its survival through the harsh winter months. Amidst the majestic peaks where icy winds howl with relentless fury, the alpine chamois stands resolute, embodying an unwavering determination. Compact, Yet formidable, the alpine ibex is cloaked in a dense brown winter coat, expertly insulating it against the bone-chilling cold. Strong, sturdy legs and uniquely structured hooves enable them to traverse steep rocky cliffs with astonishing stability, as if dancing along the very edge of a precipice. They dig through the snow in search of dry grass, consume lichens, and even gnaw on tree bark to sustain their lives. Amidst the towering peaks of the Dinaric Alps, the golden eagle soars majestically across the sky. With a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, it soars through deep gorges and sheer cliffs embodying the grandeur of the natural world. Winter, with its blankets of snow exceeding 1 meter in depth, presents formidable challenges. Yet the golden eagle rises resolutely to confront them. With its keen eyesight, it can detect prey from a distance exceeding 3 kilometers. In its attack, the eagle plunges downward at speeds reaching up to 150 miles per hour, seizing its prey with talons capable of exerting a crushing force of 440 pounds per square inch. Africa, an ancient continent, vast and untamed, where the land breathes with stories older than time itself. Here, under endless skies and across sprawling landscapes, survival is a daily struggle written in dust, shadow, and blood. At the heart of this wilderness are the ultimate predators. They are nature's finest creations, honed by millions of years of evolution into hunters of unparalleled skill. Lions dominate the open plains, their roars echoing like thunder, a reminder that they are the rulers of the savannah. Leopards glide silently through the dense forests, masters of concealment whose presence is known only when it is too late. Cheetahs, born for speed, turn every chase into a dramatic life-or-death pursuit. Beneath the waterways, crocodiles lie in wait with ancient patience. Their strike is sudden, swift, and absolute. But the land of these predators is not defined by violence alone. Each hunter is a guardian of balance, ensuring that the great herds do not overwhelm the fragile ecosystems. The migration of the wildebeest, the movements of zebra and gazelle, even the nesting of birds. All are shaped by the shadow of these hunters. The predators are not destroyers. They are the protectors of balance, silently upholding the web of life. Yet, Africa remains a place of mystery. Beyond the familiar giants, other predators still roam. Hyenas, intelligent and resourceful, often underestimated but vital to the cycle of survival. And the birds of prey, whose keen eyes command the skies. To step into Africa is to step into a realm where beauty and brutality coexist. Every dawn brings new stories of courage, competition, and resilience. Every sunset whispers of the hard-won survival under a fading Sunday. This is not just a story of predators. This is the story of Africa itself, majestic, mysterious, and eternal. Welcome to the secret heart of Africa, a kingdom ruled by the ultimate predators. Nyera is not just a sanctuary. It is a fortress against extinction. A place where nature is still allowed to heal itself. Now let us turn our gaze beneath the water's surface. Here, under the cool riverbanks, where the floodplain forest holds moisture year-round, another giant lies submerged, silent and still. Pods of hippos rest in the cool shallows. Their massive bodies are cloaked by the murky water, waiting for nightfall and the call of the land. They surface only for a moment, taking a breath every few minutes before disappearing again beneath the river's calm facade. As darkness falls, they silently emerge from the water, treading ancient, well-worn paths out into the open grasslands. Here, under the cover of darkness, each individual can consume up to 88 pounds of fresh grass in a single night. However, few creatures dare to confront a full-grown hippo. Weighing between 3,300 and 4,000 pounds, with jaws that can open to an astonishing 150 degrees, the hippo is a living embodiment of raw power. They are not predators, but when provoked, they have been known to take down crocodiles, African buffalo, and even humans. Underwater, they exhibit another unique behavior to mark their territory. By flicking its tail back and forth at high speed while defecating, a dominant male will spray its waste over a wide area. This is not an unsanitary act, but a powerful visual and olfactory message to assert its dominance. Their survival is not just about physicality, but also about evolution. Within this river giant lies an oceanic secret, a story of a path not taken. Millions of years ago, its ancestor stood at a fork in the river of time. One path led to the deep oceans and became the whale. The other remained bound to the land and the river, becoming the hippo. They are two answers to the same ancient question, forever separated by their choices, yet still whispering to each other in a shared language of the water. Despite their differences, whales and hippos still share remarkable biological traits. Underwater communication using low frequencies, and giving birth underwater, and the remarkable ability to hold their breath for up to 6 minutes. But their role extends beyond mere survival. Hippos are crucial architects of the river ecosystem. Through their behavior of stirring up the mud, they redistribute nutrients, allowing aquatic plants to thrive. Sharing these waters is another character, sometimes a rival, sometimes a neighbor, the Nile crocodile. Patient and silent, it lies in wait just below the surface, with only its eyes, ears, and nostrils exposed. Perfectly still, perfectly ready, waiting for that fatal moment when an unsuspecting animal steps to the water's edge to drink. This jaw is evolution's ultimate commitment to a single, final act. All of its power, all of its purpose is channeled into the closing snap. In this brutal bargain, the strength to open has been sacrificed for the absolute power to hold shut. It is a weapon designed only to end a struggle, never to begin one gently. This reveals a clear evolutionary priority. The Nile crocodile has maximized its offensive power at the cost of flexibility. In these hidden nests, the sun itself plays God. For the destiny of an entire generation is not decided by genes, but by the warmth of the sand. A subtle shift in temperature is all it takes to tip the balance, to decree whether a dynasty of kings or queens will emerge from the shells. In riverine forest ecosystems, the Nile crocodile helps regulate populations of fish and the mammals that come to drink. Leaving the humid riverine forests, the landscape opens up into vast savannas and miombo woodlands that stretch to the horizon. This is an arid and hot place. Yet, it forms the biological heart of Nyerere National Park. Two distinct rainy seasons bring between 30 and 51 inches of rainfall annually, breathing life into the landscape and setting the rhythm for plant growth cycles. Conversely, the long dry season with minimal rainfall forces wildlife to travel farther in search of water and food. In this sun-scorched, sparsely vegetated land, where rain is a rarity, the African elephant does not just survive, it transforms its environment. As deeply social creatures, elephants live in tight-knit herds, often led by an experienced matriarch. She guides their movements, imparts vital knowledge, and protects the young. An elephant's trunk is not just a tool, it is a lifeline. With over 40,000 muscles, it performs a range of tasks: plucking tender leaves, breaking thick branches, digging for hidden underground water. Their spatial memory is phenomenal. Elephants can remember the locations of dozens of water sources and seasonal foraging areas, traveling up to 18 miles a day in search of them. An advantage that proves crucial during prolonged droughts. Like their Asian relatives, the African elephant herd revolves around the oldest female, the matriarch. But her leadership is not earned through dominance, it is wisdom. African elephants also possess remarkable emotional intelligence. They engage in greeting ceremonies, share food, and mourn their dead with moving displays of grief. According to a 2024 report by the Worldwide Fund for Nature, the African elephant population in the Nyerere ecosystem has recovered to nearly 20,000 individuals. As the great herds fade over the horizon, their forms swallowed by the golden dust, a new chapter begins. From the grasses, towering figures emerge. The African buffalo stepping out onto the open savanna like ancient warriors. They gather in great numbers under the unforgiving African Sunday. Resilient, enduring, and unyielding, the African buffalo stands as a living symbol of resistance and survival. In the wet season, these formidable animals gather in massive herds, sometimes numbering in the thousands. It is not just a spectacular sight, it is a strategy. Buffalo are a favored target for lions. A 2024 study revealed they account for 46% of lion predation attempts and provide more than half of their total consumed biomass. When danger lurks, the young are instinctively sheltered in the center of the herd. While the strongest males form a living wall on the perimeter. These guardians do not flee, they fight. Armed with curved horns and raw muscle, they have been seen to confront and even repel lions in impressive displays of strength and solidarity. The buffalo herds prefer open savannas near water sources, migrating with the rhythm of the seasons to chase greener pastures and avoid scarcity. As the sun sets below the horizon, darkness drapes the plains, and a silent tension descends. The herd becomes vigilant. In the arid savannas and sparse woodlands of Nyerere, the lion's hunt is not just a primal instinct. It is a masterclass in coordination and strategy. Here, hunting is a calculated team effort. When it comes time to take down a formidable target like an adult African buffalo, it is the males who charge forward. A 2024 study in these arid regions revealed a clear preference. 56% of successful lion hunts targeted African buffalo. And in the dry season, when the buffalo travel farther for water and visibility is reduced by the tall grass, the lion's advantage grows. But in the wild, no meal is guaranteed. Just as the lion settles down to enjoy its hard-won prize, a presence stirs in the shadows. Wily, cautious eyes have watched the action from a distance. Before the lion can realize it, the carcass is gone. In such cases, there is only one prime suspect, the spotted hyena. Across the arid savannas and sparse woodlands of Nyera National Park, a cunning force stalks both day and night, the spotted hyena. Often misrepresented as mere scavengers, these formidable predators are, in fact, one of Africa's most successful hunters. Combining the instincts of both predator and opportunist, hyenas operate with remarkable flexibility. They roam the landscape in large clans, sometimes numbering from 20 to 80 individuals. A 2024 study revealed that spotted hyenas obtain 60 to 95% of their food through active hunting, excelling particularly against prey like wildebeest and impala. While they may lack the raw bulk of lions, hyenas compete with them on every other front. Are fierce competitors, sharing nearly 60% of the same food sources. But in Nyera, hyenas do more than just scavenge. They hunt on their own terms. Small hunting parties, often of 2 to 5 individuals, target medium-sized prey, chasing down antelope at speeds of up to 37 miles per hour. Beneath their cunning lies sheer power. Spotted hyenas boast the strongest bite force among terrestrial carnivores in the hyena family, up to 4,500 newtons. capable of crushing large bones. Their advantages extend beyond strength. With exceptional agility, hearing that can detect sounds up to 6 miles away, and a deceptive range of vocalizations, hyenas hold a distinct tactical edge. The cheetah's body is engineered for the sprint. Long limbs, a lightweight frame, and a fused spine create a perfect spring for explosive movement. Unlike other big cats that can fully retract their claws, the cheetah's claws are only semi-retractable, acting much like the spikes on a sprinter's shoes. This unique structure provides excellent traction on the ground, allowing for explosive accelerations and sharp, high-speed turns without slipping. But what it gains in speed, it sacrifices in strength. Unlike lions or leopards, the cheetah cannot climb easily, nor can it defend its kill against more powerful rivals. Its lightweight skull, designed for aerodynamic efficiency, results in a weaker bite force, limiting its ability to crush bone or hold onto larger prey. This fragility extends to the genetic level. Twice in the last 100,000 years, and again just 12,000 years ago, the species experienced severe genetic bottlenecks. As a result, today's cheetah population shares less than 4% of the genetic diversity typical of other mammals. Speed is both a blessing and a burden. The cheetah's hunting strategy depends on its keen eyesight, and raw acceleration, targeting prey over short distances in broad daylight. But that burst is brief, lasting only 20 to 30 seconds before the risk of overheating threatens collapse. And while the cheetah excels in the chase, it falters in the aftermath. It lacks the brute strength to defend its kill, the stealth to avoid detection, and the social bonds for cooperative hunting or fending off threats. In stark contrast to the solitary sprint of the cheetah, the African wild dog thrives on unity hunting not alone but as a pack in perfect coordination. It begins in silence, a slow, synchronized advance across the open plains. Each individual is aware of its role. No sound, no signal, just instinct and an unspoken bond. A 2025 camera trap study in the Nyerere region documented 141 African wild dogs distributed across 24 packs. Most groups averaged 6 members, though some robust packs could number up to 23. These are not merely hunters. They are elite pursuit predators with a success rate of 60 to 90%. Wild dogs far outperform lions or leopards. Each hunt unfolds like a symphony. Members communicate through a series of high-pitched chirps and whines, tracking not only their prey but also the position and movement of every member of the pack. Capable of reaching speeds up to 40 miles per hour, they can sustain a relentless pursuit over 1 to 2.5 miles, gradually exhausting their prey. Then surrounding and overwhelming it with precision. But perhaps their most extraordinary trait lies not in how they hunt, but in their compassion. In wild dog society, care is shared. The stronger adults regurgitate food not only for the pups, but also for the elderly or injured members of the pack. Today, Nyerere supports the largest known population of African wild dogs anywhere on the continent, from 800 to 1,000 individuals. They flow across the savannah like a living current. Across the open savannas and sparse woodlands, a figure towers above all else: the Angolan giraffe, also known as the smoky giraffe. This height advantage means the giraffe does not compete directly with other grazers like impala or African buffalo. But what it gains in height, it pays for in maneuverability. Drinking presents a particular challenge. To lower its head to a waterhole, a giraffe must splay its long front legs or kneel awkwardly, placing it in one of the most vulnerable positions in the animal kingdom. But nature, the master of balance, has equipped the giraffe with extraordinary internal adaptations. A complex system of valves in its arteries and veins manages blood flow along its slender neck. Its heart, a 24-pound engine, generates the immense pressure needed to pump blood nearly 20 feet high. In the rainy season, shallow pools are plentiful. But even then, the giraffe often prefers to hydrate through the moisture-rich foliage of acacia and combretum trees. In the dry season, when water becomes scarce, they are forced to take greater risks. Venturing to exposed water holes, they become easy targets for ambushing lions or lurking Nile crocodiles. Yet, the giraffe persists. Blessed with a remarkable tolerance for dehydration, it can survive for 2 to 3 days without drinking, relying instead on the water reserves in its leafy diet. Beyond the clearing, another character enters the stage: the Maasai giraffe. It steps gracefully into the spaces left by the elephants. Towering over the acacia trees, it feeds on the soft new foliage. This is the tallest of all giraffe species and the tallest terrestrial animal on Earth. A full-grown Maasai giraffe can stand up to 19 feet tall. This remarkable stature allows them to reach the treetops that few other herbivores can touch. In the rainy season, when the acacia trees burst with fresh leaves, they browse from the canopy down. But their towering height also carries a potential weakness. To drink, a giraffe must spread its legs or kneel to reach the water's surface, a moment of dangerous exposure. However, this giant of the savannah is now under threat. Since 2019, the Maasai giraffe has been listed as endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. In the last 3 decades, their numbers have fallen by nearly half, from 70,000 to only about 32,000 individuals in the wild as of 2024. The throne of the savannah belongs to one species alone, the lion. Unlike the others, it needs no competition or recognition. As the apex predator, it knows its place. In the pride, the rules are clear. The dominant male protects the territory and the young, while the lionesses, swift, precise and powerful, carry out the hunt. From the edge of the forest, where the darkness meets the open plains, they lie in wait. This threshold is the boundary that all prey must cross. Here, the lionesses strike with coordinated force. The male holds back, standing guard against threats. Yet, tradition governs the feast. Even after a successful hunt, the first bite belongs to him. The lion is unique among the cat family. They live in prides, complex social units bound by cooperation, hunting, protection, and the shared raising of young. For the young males, life is harsh. At 2 to 3 years of age, they are driven out, forced to wander in search of a kingdom of their own. When they take over a pride, they often eliminate the previous male's offspring, sending the females into estrus. A brutal but effective strategy to ensure their own lineage. A lion's territory can range from 8 to 154 square miles. In the dry season, waterholes become magnets for prey and ambush sites for lions. The diet varies with location and season. In the western corridor of the Serengeti, zebra can make up nearly half of their prey, along with buffalo, wildebeest, and warthog. But even the rulers are not invincible. Across Africa, lion numbers are declining. A 2025 study in conservation biology warned that prey loss is leading to population decline. And on the open plains, there can be only one true sprinter, the cheetah. The cheetah is the fastest land animal on Earth, capable of reaching speeds of up to 75 miles per hour in just a few seconds. An acceleration that rivals a Ferrari. But speed comes at a price. Their narrow skulls reduce wind resistance, but they also leave them with weaker jaws and shorter canines. To survive, the cheetah chooses its battles carefully, focusing on the vulnerable, the young, the solitary, the stragglers of the herd. Before the chase begins, a cheetah climbs a termite mound or a low rise, observing the wind's direction and the movement of the gazelles. For years, scientists believed that overheating forced the cheetah to abandon its hunt. But research at the University of the Witwatersrand has revealed the opposite. Body temperature during the chase rarely exceeds 101.1 degrees Fahrenheit, rising only after a successful hunt, not from exertion but from stress. To maximize success, the cheetah hunts in the twilight hours of dawn and dusk, when the savanna is cooler and the dominant predators are less active. The cheetah's existence is a constant risk. Their reproductive rates are low, and their cubs are extremely fragile. In the wild, up to 90% of cubs under 3 months old do not survive. Cheetahs roam vast territories, from 174 to 579 square miles, patrolled with silent efficiency. Unlike lions, they defend these ranges not with violence, but with scent. As the sun begins to set below the horizon, a golden light filters through the trees along the Rufiji River. On the low branches, a troop of vervet monkeys gathers. They are drawn to the cool refuge of the floodplain forest, where the roots of fig and sycamore trees retain precious moisture. Sustaining hidden underground water sources through the harsh, dry season. Vervet monkeys live in tight-knit social groups of 10 to 50 individuals. In these dynamic communities, every member plays a role in survival. Their pale, greenish-gray coats and jet-black faces make them instantly recognizable. But it is their language, a complex system of calls and gestures, that allows them to thrive. Masters of survival, vervet monkeys rely on a sharp memory, a flexible diet, and an almost instinctual understanding of their environment. Through these adaptive strategies, vervet monkeys become more than just inhabitants of the forest. They become ecosystem engineers. They disperse seeds, regulate insect populations, and serve as living indicators of the forest's overall health. From the towering treetops along the Rufiji River, a piercing cry echoes across the floodplain. It is the unmistakable call of the African fish eagle, the anthem of the African birds. With a wingspan of nearly 8 feet, this striking predator is instantly recognizable by its snow-white head and chestnut-colored body, a symbol of power and elegance. They live in bonded pairs, nesting high on the riverbanks, where the dense riverine forests provide both shelter and a commanding view over their aquatic domain. Its hunting style is nothing short of spectacular. Soaring high on the thermals, it scans the shimmering water below. Then, in a powerful burst, it dives, talons extended, snatching fish weighing up to 4.5 pounds from just below the surface. But this master of the skies is not above a little piracy. Opportunistic and cunning, it will sometimes steal prey from other birds, kingfishers, pelicans, asserting its dominance with a calculated ease. As the dry season arrives and the fish retreat to deeper pools, the eagle moves closer to the shore, its haunting call echoing louder through the thinning foliage. With an estimated 300,000 to 400,000 individuals across the freshwater systems of sub-Saharan Africa, the African fish eagle is more than just a charismatic predator. It is an ecological barometer. One of the most striking sights in this ecosystem is the bold stripes of the plains zebra. Its impressive black and white pattern cuts through the green, standing out like spontaneous brushstrokes on a living canvas. After the rains, these zebras gather in large herds on the lush, moisture-rich grasslands. Here, the new shoots, dense with nutrients, carpet the plains with abundance, offering a feast for the herbivores. They often travel with antelope species like impala and lechwe, forming loose associations that offer mutual protection. In this symbiotic network of the grasslands, zebras also play a subtle but essential role as ecological pathfinders. By grazing on the taller grasses, they clear the way for smaller herbivores to access the tender shoots hidden beneath. But these iconic stripes offer more than just beauty. Each pattern is as unique as a fingerprint, helping individuals to recognize one another. More remarkably, they act as a natural repellent against biting insects like tsetse flies and play a role in regulating body temperature. A familiar sight in the wetlands and seasonal floodplains of Nyera National Park is the African jacana. often called the Jesus bird for its ability to walk on water. With its oversized feet and extraordinarily long toes, it defies gravity. Stepping gracefully on floating vegetation as if gliding effortlessly across the water's surface. This remarkable adaptation is not just eye-catching. It allows the African jacana to thrive in the dense, hyacinth-filled shallows places too treacherous for most other species. But perhaps most striking is their reversal of parental roles. Here, the female courts multiple males, while the male takes on the entire burden of incubating the eggs and raising the young, a rare dynamic among birds. Among them is the black rhino. Unlike their cousins who roam the open savannas, these rhinos prefer the steep slopes the granite hills where dense layers of bush, fragmented forests, and rocky terrain conceal them in mystery. This is one of the last places on Earth where the black rhino can exist almost in complete secrecy. Their story is not one of spectacle, but of silence. They move slowly, deliberately, weaving through the combretum thickets, marking their paths with scars on the trees, and faint, dusty footprints on the baked earth. Their signature horn, iconic and curved, is more than a weapon. It is a tool used to dig, strip bark, and break branches. It helps them survive in the arid, unforgiving terrain. Yet, this ancient creature walks on the knife's edge of extinction. Its vulnerability lies not just in its dwindling numbers, but in the very nature of its life. The black rhino reproduces slowly, a single calf every 4 to 5 years, with the mother nursing for up to 2 years. Even the loss of a single animal echoes for decades. Under the vast blue sky, the first light of dawn bathes the golden grasslands. Herds of wildebeest, zebra and buffalo graze peacefully, unaware that danger lurks in the shadows. This is no quiet paradise. This is a kingdom ruled by predators. And at the apex is the lion, more than just an apex predator. It is a timeless symbol of power and authority. The savannah is a land where vitality and harshness are intertwined. A vast expanse of rolling grasslands, scattered thickets, and winding rivers that cut through the arid plains. However, not every part of this landscape is suitable for lions. These apex predators require open spaces for hunting and movement, along with sparse woodlands and low bushes for cover and ambush. Lions depend on reliable water supplies and abundant prey to sustain their prides. This is why areas like Kruger National Park in South Africa and the Ngorongoro crater in Tanzania have become strongholds for these magnificent predators. However, survival on the savannah is not easy. Each day brings new challenges. Water sources dry up, prey migrates with the seasons, and danger lurks around every corner. Unlike most great cats, which are solitary hunters, lions form social groups called prides. Drawing strength not just from their physical power, but from the deep bonds shared among the pride members. A typical lion pride consists of 10 to 15 individuals, although in ideal conditions, it can grow to as many as 30. At the heart of the pride are the lionesses' mothers, sisters, and aunts. Life in a lion pride is not just about hunting and defending territory. It is a delicate balance of power, cooperation, and deep social bonds. Gentle licks on the golden fur and soft head rubs are not just grooming rituals. They strengthen unity, reduce tension, and reaffirm each lion's place within the pride. The African Savannah, with its endless grasslands stretching to the horizon, is the grand stage for a timeless epic of resilience, strength, and unity. Recent ecological studies have found that vultures often fly at altitudes of 1,600 to 5,000 feet around the waterholes during the dry season. This is when the mortality rate of animals is high due to exhaustion, malnutrition, or injuries sustained while competing for water. From above, with a vision 3 to 4 times sharper than a human's, they can spot a wildebeest straying from its herd. Unlike the New World vultures, which rely heavily on their sense of smell, the African vultures are completely dependent on their sight. This effect can attract dozens or even hundreds of vultures in less than an hour. Their bald heads and necks allow them to reach deep into the chest cavity or the abdominal region of a carcass without their feathers getting matted or dirty. Their strong, curved beaks can tear through the thick hide of large animals like the African buffalo or the giraffe. A long, flexible neck allows them to access the most nutrient-rich organs, the liver, the heart, the intestines, which are full of protein and minerals. Their immune system is a biological marvel. With a stomach acid that has a pH close to 1, they can neutralize pathogens. Their migratory behavior is much more flexible than that of many other birds of prey. And then, another opportunist strides into the scene. They can travel for hundreds of miles to follow the movements of the wildebeest and the zebra or to reach areas affected by drought. At the waterhole, the competition for food is not just between different vulture species, but also includes the marabou stork. Both feed on the carrion from the leftover prey of the predator, but the vulture has the advantage in numbers, tearing strength, and speed of arrival. They usually arrive just a few minutes after the vultures have started to gather. The marabous descend with a slow but determined gait, walking straight into the crowd. In many cases, that beak becomes a weapon used to push back the rivals and snatch the best pieces of meat. Their evolutionary adaptations are clearly reflected in their physical traits. Like many vultures, their head and neck are almost bald, sometimes with just a few downy feathers, which minimizes the risk of contamination. Their large, strong, and straight beak acts like a dagger, capable of cutting through tough muscle tissue and even killing small prey. Their diet shows how opportunistic they are. Besides scavenging, the marabou stork also eats fish, frogs, insects, lizards, nestlings, eggs, and rodents. They frequently forage in the garbage dumps near human settlements, where leftover food becomes a convenient source of energy. Sometimes they wait for the vultures to tear open the thick hide before stepping in to claim the softer tissues inside, saving effort and avoiding risk. At the waterhole, their role extends beyond scavenging. The marabou stork closely observes the weak or injured animals, attacking with quick pecks. They are also known to hunt for fish in the shrinking pools as the dry season deepens. But that long beak can also be a disadvantage, making it difficult to grip slippery fish in the muddy water. But high above, a pair of golden eyes is watching for every mistake. Perched motionless on a bare, sun-bleached branch, the African fish eagle locks its piercing golden eyes on the scene below. The splash of water and the flapping of wings become a signal too loud to ignore. The eagle leans forward slightly, spreads its 7.5-foot wingspan, and dives, the wind whistling as it descends. But it is not aiming for the fish in the water. It is aiming for the one holding it. A shrill cry tears through the air, and the marabou stork freezes, glancing up for a split second. Just a moment's hesitation, and the fish slips from its beak, falling to the muddy ground. In a flash, the African fish eagle folds its wings and dives like an arrow, its legs extended, its talons lined with rough, horny scales. The African fish eagle is a close relative of the North American bald eagle. It is found widely throughout sub-Saharan Africa, from the Great Lakes like Victoria, Tanganyika, and Malawi, to the great rivers like the Nile and the Zambezi. Their movements are not long-distance migrations, but seasonal shifts driven by the availability of food. In the ecosystem, the African fish eagle plays a dual role. As a top predator of fish and waterfowl, and as both a scavenger and a kleptoparasite, taking advantage of the meals that others have caught. As the shadows of darkness fade over the still surface of the waterhole, the last sounds of the night begin to quiet. Only the harshness of the deep, dry season remains, tightening its grip on the savannah. The predators have retreated, leaving behind a heavy silence. This is the beginning of a new day, a day where the lines of survival are drawn ever more sharply. The savannah enters the most arid phase of the year, the deep, dry season, where all life is drawn to a single focal point, the waterhole. Under the increasingly intense sun, the shoreline recedes inward day by day, leaving behind a layer of cracked mud and a jumble of overlapping footprints. The small, shallow pools are the first to disappear. During prolonged droughts, the water level in many of the smaller holes drops steadily by 1 to 2 inches per day. In less than 2 weeks, a shallow depression can dry up completely. The remaining, deeper, wider waterholes become the final gathering points of the savannah. Every species converges. Whether it is an elephant leading its herd across dozens of miles or an impala threading its way through the bush, all are drawn to the one dwindling source. No more boundaries between predator and prey. No more choosing a safer time to drink. No more space to keep a safe distance. The waterhole becomes nature's last supper. The Cape buffalo are often the first to arrive simply because they are rarely far away. They make their way to the waterhole through the arid African savannah. These buffalo are widely distributed across southern and eastern Africa, with a total population of African buffalo estimated at about 513,000 individuals. That number continues to decline, a long-term trend driven by habitat loss, hunting, and climate change. They have adapted through a strong herd lifestyle. The groups can range from a few dozen to over 1,000 individuals, with a clear social structure and hierarchy. As they approach the waterhole, their first instinct is to drink. They usually arrive in the early morning or late afternoon to avoid the scorching heat. The mud along the water's edge offers more than just refreshment. The Cape buffalo wallow in it to cool down, protecting themselves from flies, mosquitoes, and parasites. Once it dries, the mud acts as a natural suit of armor. This is also when social interactions occur most frequently. But the waterhole is anything but safe. This life-sustaining resource always brings competition. Sometimes the Cape buffalo confronts a rhinoceros. But when the true giants arrive, all must make way. The greater threat, however, comes from the elephants. When an elephant herd arrives, the Cape buffalo almost always retreat. They are simply not in the same weight class as the largest land mammals on Earth. And while the African elephant is known for its gentle nature, they can become very territorial, especially near a waterhole. They do not just come to drink, they come to survive, a space to cool down, to care for their bodies, and to maintain the bonds that hold the herd together. An adult elephant can drink from 40 to 80 gallons of water per day, using its trunk, the only tool it has, to suck up each mouthful and spray it into its mouth. The waterhole is not just a place to drink. They are natural spas, playgrounds, and social centers. The young calves play, the adults spray water on each other, and the younger males test their strength in harmless sparring matches. When the surface water runs out, the elephants dig deeper, using their tusks and front feet to break through the dry mud or sand in search of hidden underground water sources. In doing so, they not only save themselves, but often uncover water for other species as well. This behavior has earned the elephant the title of ecosystem engineer. They are widely distributed across Africa, with a continent-wide population estimated at about 415,000 individuals. However, from 1964 to 2016, the number of savanna elephants has declined by as much as 70% and forest elephants by up to 90%, mainly due to habitat loss and poaching. Their migration is tied to the water. In the rainy season, the elephants wander far in search of fresh food. But as the dry season tightens its grip, they return to the most reliable waterholes. At the waterhole, the elephant reigns supreme. Their dominance can be forceful, even aggressive. But it is also how they secure the resources for their herd. Amidst the scorched plains of Africa, where the ground cracks like the skin of some ancient reptile, water is more precious than gold. The earth is cracked. The air vibrates. The waterhole, now just a shallow mud pit, becomes an arena for giants. An old bull elephant, his face patient but full of authority, approaches. But at the water's edge, a black rhino stands, its gaze defiant. Two monarchs of the savannah, each carrying the pride of its species, are now forced to confront each other for every precious drop of water. No roars, no howls, just a pressurized silence, a battle of wills where both know that a single small mistake could cost the weaker one dearly. Will the herd strength of the elephant subdue the solitary will of the rhino, or will its inherent stubbornness hold its ground? The unforgiving battle for life is happening right now. And in the dry dust, another figure steps out with a distinct toughness. The black rhino is not a species that is particularly attached to any one waterhole. They only seek out water during the quieter hours of the day. Each visit may last only a few minutes, enough to drink their fill before retreating to the safety of the surrounding bushes. In ideal conditions, they can drink up to 9 gallons of water per day. But in times of drought, they can go several days without drinking, relying instead on the moisture in the leaves they eat. The soft mud around the edge of the waterhole often bears their large, circular footprints. This cool, damp mud helps to regulate their temperature, and when it dries, it forms a natural shield that protects against UV rays and insects. Although largely solitary, the black rhino still leaves invisible messages around the waterhole. They mark the area with dung piles and by spraying streams of urine, signals that convey information about their sex and reproductive status. With a strong sense of territory and a volatile temperament, confrontations are often unavoidable. Encounters between two individuals can escalate into fierce battles, both using their sharp horns to attack. But in the dry season, access to water can be more precious than life itself. Then the sky changes, opening a new chapter of renewal. As the dry season ends, the sky over the savannah begins to change color. The first clouds of the season gather, heavy but full of promise. The first rains fall in light, scattered drops, then gradually become heavier and more regular, soaking the cracked earth. This is when the waterholes begin to transform. From shrunken mud puddles, they slowly fill, then overflow, pushing their boundaries wider day by day. No longer confined by the limits of the dry season, the waterholes expand, some doubling or even quintupling in size. The water is not just more abundant, but also cleaner. The heavy rains dilute the muddy bottom, washing away months of accumulated sediment. Around the waterholes, the landscape changes at a remarkable speed. In just 2 to 3 weeks of regular rain, fresh grass covers the ground. These young shoots are soft, tender, and rich in nutrients. An ideal food source for large herbivores like zebras, wildebeest, and buffalo. It is not just the local wildlife that responds. Migratory birds begin to arrive from Europe, Central Asia, and the Middle East. And on the new water's surface, a graceful bird begins a peculiar walk. The newly formed shallow waters quickly become feeding and breeding grounds for wading birds. This is the time when a bird known by the nickname Jesus bird, the African jacana, begins its remarkable journey. They do not fly in a hurry. They arrive gently, almost silently, leaving delicate, fine footprints like brushstrokes on the floating lily pads. The African jacana's ability to walk on floating vegetation is one of nature's most incredible feats. They have exceptionally long toes and slender claws, which help to distribute their body weight over a much larger surface area. The rainy season waterhole environment is an ideal setting for this bird. The spreading, still shallow waters are filled with a jumble of floating plants that form a vibrant labyrinth. The African jacana weaves through the gaps in the leaves, using its long beak to gently probe the underside in search of insects, larvae, and spiders. Each cluster of leaves is a world of its own, and the jacana is a patient, graceful hunter. Unlike most bird species, the African jacana follows a completely reversed breeding system. The female is the larger, more brightly colored individual and the one who dominates the territory. It maintains a large area in which several males reside. After mating, the female lays her eggs in a nest built by a male, then quickly moves on to repeat the cycle with other partners. Meanwhile, the female is already in another corner of the waterhole, preparing for her next round of nesting. Instead of investing completely in one clutch, the female spreads the survival risk over multiple nests. And the male, although taking on the role of caregiver, is the key figure in preserving the species' genetic legacy. But this fragile peace is soon broken by a motionless gray shadow. After the African jacana has gracefully walked on the water, the scene opens up to fresh rainwater spreading across the savanna. In the stillness of the waterhole, a gray heron appears, as motionless as a statue in the shallow water. At nearly 3 feet tall with a wingspan that can be up to 69 inches, the gray heron is an unmistakable silhouette. And yet, when it stands perfectly still, blending in with the gray sky and the low bushes, It almost disappears from the sight of its prey. In the wet, slow rhythm of the rainy season, when everything softens and moves more gently, the grey heron's patient and silent hunting style becomes even more effective. It does not chase its prey. Instead, the heron uses an ambush strategy. It stands perfectly still, often on one leg, for many minutes. Beneath the murky water, fish, tadpoles, frogs, and insects go about their business, unaware that the long shadow above is waiting for the slightest movement. When the moment comes, the grey heron strikes with incredible speed. Its sharp, spear-like beak shoots down in a split second, precise and decisive. In the ever-moving ecosystem of the waterhole, the grey heron is not particularly picky about its meals. Fish is still the top choice, but if a shrimp, a crab, a small crustacean, or even a vole or a stray chick comes too close to the water's edge, it will not be ignored. The waterhole is also a social center for the grey heron. As the breeding season approaches, they gather in large groups, often nesting in tall trees near the water. A typical nest contains 3 to 5 pale blue eggs. After hatching, the chicks stay in the nest for 7 to 8 weeks until they are strong enough to spread their wings and fly. And yet, not all choose silence. Some turn the waterhole into a dance floor. Some are permanent residents, while others migrate from the temperate regions to the south when conditions become harsher. Although they share the color grey in both their plumage and their name, the grey-crowned crane exhibits a completely different lifestyle. As the ground begins to retain water after the first rains, these cranes land with their wings spread, carrying a regal presence. Unlike the silent hunters like the grey heron, this crane rarely stands still. It moves constantly along the water's edge, each step graceful but purposeful. With each firm stomp on the damp ground, the mud beneath vibrates. Insects, frogs, and other small creatures hidden under the surface are startled and emerge. This foot-stomping feeding method is a characteristic behavior demonstrating the bird's intelligence in actively interacting with its environment. Their diet has few limits, from grasshoppers and crickets to seeds, young grass, lizards, worms, and sometimes even bird eggs. In the heart of the flooded plains, the gray-crowned crane is not just here to hunt, it is here to connect, to belong. The individuals are often seen in pairs or small family groups. They gather around the shallow pools, sipping the clear water, basking in the Sunday. In the stillness of the landscape, those calls travel far, creating a kind of primal music that only those who have heard it in person can truly understand. Researchers believe that these dances are not just mating rituals, they strengthen the bond between the lifelong partners. Although not a long-distance migratory species, the gray-crowned crane does move seasonally, following the water sources and the promise of lush vegetation. They are widely distributed throughout eastern and southern Africa. This bird is the national symbol of Uganda, appearing in the center of its flag in a proud posture, representing grace, composure, and national pride. In the wild, the gray-crowned crane lives for an average of 20 to 25 years, and in captivity, they can live up to 35 or even 40. However, their status as a cultural icon does not come from their longevity, but from their refined demeanor, their complex social habits, and their unique ability to express emotion. Then suddenly, a brilliant red beak silently descends into the shallow water. The saddle-billed stork silently enters the shallow water. Its brilliant red beak, banded with yellow, glitters in the light. Unlike the ambush predators like the heron, the saddle-billed stork hunts with a more deliberate and active approach. It usually forages alone or in pairs, wading slowly through the shallow waters with a calm, focused demeanor. Its unhurried stride and sweeping gaze glide over the water's surface. But it is its large beak, nearly 12 inches long, that is the real hunting tool. Instead of striking randomly, the bird constantly dips its beak into the water as if scanning for the slightest ripples beneath the mud. The moment the tip of the beak feels even the slightest twitch, be it a gentle flick of a catfish or a sideways crawl of a crab, the snap is instantaneous. When it catches a fish nearly half its own length, the stork will usually carry it to the bank, turning the fish with its beak to swallow it head first. At up to 5 feet tall with a wingspan of nearly 8 feet, the saddle-billed stork is one of the largest birds in Africa. The males are generally heavier, averaging 14 pounds compared to the females' 13. An easy way to distinguish the sexes in the wild is by their eye color. Their preferred habitats are large, shallow wetlands, swamps, floodplain lakes, and seasonal river channels. The loss of wetland habitat, groundwater extraction, riverine deforestation, and agricultural runoff have shrunk their range. But the waterhole never stops. It continues to cycle, opening a new chapter of life and the battle for conservation. As the seasonal rains fill the natural depressions across the land, a waterhole is not merely a new pool on the savannah, it becomes the engine that restarts the entire ecosystem. From the nutrient-rich mud that attracts the return of aquatic life, to the lush green grasslands that draw the migrating herds, and even the arrival of the predators that follow their prey. In the rainy season, each waterhole becomes a biological crossroads from which life radiates. In the dry season, its role becomes even more crucial. Each day, the largest residents of the savannah need hundreds of liters of water just to regulate their body temperature and to survive. Even the species that can go longer without drinking rarely stray more than 2 days from a water source. In the dry season, when the average rainfall drops below 2 inches a month, the waterholes become essential gathering points. However, human intervention in the availability of water has not always produced the expected results. Studies have shown that the too even distribution of water sources has disrupted the natural movement patterns, putting pressure on the vegetation. Restricting the supply of artificial water is not about cutting off life. It is a strategy to restore balance. As the animals have to travel further to find water, the interval between the reproductive cycles of some of the largest species has increased. However, the role of a waterhole is not just to sustain wildlife. Thousands of animals drink, defecate, and urinate here, turning the area into a fertile strip of land. This cycle continues, tightly intertwined, silently precise, all without the need for a human hand. The waterhole is a lifeline, a gathering place, a battlefield, a stage, all existing in a small space, but connecting hundreds of species. To humans, it may seem like nothing more than a mud puddle, but for the wild world, it is where life begins, regenerates, and reconnects. And as the rains begin to dissipate across the savannah, where the ground cracks and the dry bushes struggle under the heat, the waterholes are no longer a gift of nature. They become a battlefield against disappearance. In these conditions, the conservation efforts are launched with urgency and innovation. In Kenya's Tsavo Conservancy, 2 new boreholes have been drilled deep into the earth, providing a stable source of water for the people, their livestock, and the countless herds of wildlife. In Zimbabwe's Hwang National Park, over 25 hybrid solar and diesel-powered pumps operate continuously, keeping the waterholes full even at night. In South Africa, the artificial waterholes are strategically placed based on the specific preferences of each species. Each drop of water is now no longer something that falls freely. It is preserved thanks to the joint efforts of science, the local communities, and the silent guardians. But that life cannot exist without the protective hand of humans. Conservation is not just the job of organizations. It begins with the awareness and the small actions of each individual. Because when the natural world suffers anywhere, we, wherever we are, also lose a part of ourselves. And if you have ever experienced an African safari, watching the rhinos and the elephants gather at a waterhole to quench their thirst, do not hesitate to share your knowledge and experiences. Your story could become the spark that ignites future conservation efforts. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to join us on our next extraordinary adventure. In the wilds of the Philippines, the struggle for survival is a constant, an endless cycle of life and endurance. In the ecosystem of the Palawan rainforest, the dense canopy is both a refuge and a battlefield for countless species. The Philippine spotted deer, with its brown coat flecked with white, moves silently through the dense undergrowth. High above, the Philippine eagle soars, its wings outstretched against the sky. And hidden beneath the leaves is the Philippine tarsier, tiny but incredibly resourceful. It moves through the branches with astonishing agility. It must always evade the eagle's sharp eyes, a predator that never loses sight of its target. Along the coast of the Verde Island Passage, the heart of the Coral Triangle, a giant whale shark glides gently, a gentle giant of the sea. But not all marine inhabitants are so placid. The tiny blue-ringed octopus, despite its modest size, carries a venom potent enough to stop a human heart. In the mangrove forests of Aurora, mudskippers dance on the water's surface like acrobats, seizing every opportunity to find food. Here, the crab-eating macaque faces the devastation of typhoons and the pressure of competition from other species. Meanwhile, the saltwater crocodile lies in ambush, its patience, a testament to its formidable predatory instinct. Every moment in this vibrant land is a relentless battle for survival. And every movement is a testament to the fierce vitality of nature. But these victories are fragile, demanding steadfast protection to ensure they are not the final notes of this symphony of life. Lying along the Pacific Ring of Fire, the Philippines is one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. It is not only home to over 20 active volcanoes, but is also the meeting point of 3 massive tectonic plates. The relentless collision of these plates millions of years ago gave birth to the Philippine archipelago. This process was like a master sculptor, constantly carving, erupting, and building to create towering mountains and deep valleys. The landscape of the Philippines is a diverse tapestry, from high peaks to vibrant coral reefs beneath the ocean. In Luzon, the rice terraces of the Cordilleras are a fusion of human ingenuity and natural beauty. Built over 2,000 years ago, these terraces look like stairways to the heavens. But the story of the Philippines is not just about nature. The history of this archipelago is a timeless epic. About 67,000 years ago, the first evidence of human presence was found on the island of Luzon. Indigenous tribes like the Aita have existed for millennia, preserving their unique cultures. The era of cultural exchange began when Ferdinand Magellan arrived in the Philippines in 1521, bringing with him over 300 years of Spanish influence. Religion and architecture have shaped this nation. Catholicism is deeply rooted in the lives of the people, with over 86% of the population being Catholic. In the late 19th century, the Philippines became a colony of the United States. This period ushered in modernization, from an American-style education system to infrastructure development. In 1946, the Philippines gained its independence, beginning a new chapter in its development and integration. The tropical climate of the Philippines is like an artist, constantly painting vibrant landscapes that change with the seasons. Each year, the Philippines experiences two main seasons, the dry season and the rainy season. The dry season, from December to May, brings bright sunshine and clear blue skies. From June to November, the rainy season covers the islands with torrential downpours, with an average annual rainfall of 91 inches. This period is also marked by powerful typhoons, with an average of 20 typhoons per year, some of which are among the strongest on the planet. It is these harsh conditions that have shaped a unique environment where life must adapt to survive. The biodiversity of the rainforests in the Philippines is truly astonishing. It is one of the richest ecosystems on Earth. The Philippines belongs to the group of 17 megadiverse countries, which together hold 70 to 80% of the planet's biological species. To date, Over 15,000 plant species have been recorded, with about 50% being endemic. The wildlife is no less remarkable, with over 1,000 species of vertebrates and hundreds of thousands of invertebrate species. The rainforests tell a story of life and adaptation. The tamaroa, a wild dwarf buffalo, has existed for thousands of years, perfectly adapted to the rugged terrain of Mindoro Island. However, habitat loss has pushed their numbers to below 500, making them one of the most critically endangered species. Besides, the pitcher plant Nepenthes philippinensis, a unique carnivorous plant, showcases nature's creativity. With its pitcher-shaped traps filled with sweet nectar, it silently catches and consumes unsuspecting insects. In contrast, the Palawan peacock pheasant, adorned with sparkling green eyes on its feathers, is a masterpiece of natural art. In the stillness of the pristine tropical rainforests, the Philippine eagle soars high as a living symbol of the wild. With the nickname monkey-eating eagle, it appears in folklore and myths, associated with the image of a warrior protecting the ancient forests. On currency, postage stamps, and the national coat of arms, the image of the Philippine eagle is a testament to the country's independence and strength. The Philippine eagle emerged millions of years ago in an environment isolated by the ocean. This isolation created a unique evolutionary branch, where this bird developed distinct characteristics to adapt to the tropical jungle. With keen eyes that can see up to 1.8 miles, it is capable of tracking prey in the dense forests. The feathers on its head stand erect like a natural crown, accentuating its proud appearance. A wingspan of over 7 feet provides incredible agility to navigate through the narrow gaps in the forest. They are found mainly on the large islands of Luzon, Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao, where the primary forests still exist. The Philippine eagle is a devoted parent. Each pair produces only one offspring every 2 years, which makes the survival of the young extremely important for the entire population. The nurturing process is not just a biological act, but also a transmission of hunting skills, helping the young to learn how to survive in a challenging world. The Philippine eagle is a highly territorial species, with each pair controlling a vast area of up to 37,000 acres. They hunt prey such as monkeys, flying lemurs, snakes, and small birds. Their hunting technique is not just based on strength, but a perfect combination of patience and strategy. It often perches motionless for hours on high branches, its sharp eyes able to detect any movement up to 1.8 miles below. Sometimes, the eagle silently stalks its prey through the canopy, taking advantage of every opening to get closer. Each dive is not only lightning fast, but also incredibly precise. With talons 4 inches long and as sharp as razors, a single strike is enough to subdue large prey like flying lemurs or monkeys. The presence of this eagle extends far beyond the role of a mere predator. Thanks to its special hunting ability, it controls the populations of species like the flying lemur and monkeys, ensuring no species becomes overpopulated. However, the story of the Philippine eagle is not just one of pride. Their current population in the wild is estimated to be only about 400 to 600 individuals. The primary forests, their home, are under serious threat from agricultural expansion and urbanization. Furthermore, illegal hunting and population fragmentation are increasingly hindering their ability to reproduce and survive. Under the dense canopy of the tropical rainforest, the tarsier hides in the darkness like a mysterious creature. Though tiny, it is blessed with extraordinary survival abilities. The presence of the tarsier is the result of millions of years of evolution in the isolated environment of the Philippine archipelago. This tropical archipelago, with its diverse flora and fauna, has allowed the tarsier to develop unique characteristics. This power comes not just from their size, but also from the unique structure of their retinas, which allows them to capture light much more effectively than the human eye. Complementing its special vision is the ability to turn its head 180 degrees, giving it a panoramic view without moving its body. However, the tarsier is not just a predator, it plays an important role in maintaining ecological balance. By controlling the insect population, it prevents the outbreak of pests, protecting the trees and vegetation. At the same time, it is also prey for larger animals like the Philippine hawk owl, contributing to the stability of the natural food chain. But its story is also one of conservation. The expansion of agricultural land, logging and habitat loss have pushed this species onto the near-threatened list of the IUCN Red List. In addition, the pressure from hunting for the pet trade or for tourism has exacerbated their precarious situation. In the wilds of the Philippines, the struggle for survival is a constant, an endless cycle of life and endurance. In the ecosystem of the Palawan rainforest, the dense canopy is both a refuge and a battlefield for countless species. The Philippine spotted deer, with its brown coat flecked with white, moves silently through the dense undergrowth. High above, the Philippine eagle soars, its wings outstretched against the sky. And hidden beneath the leaves is the Philippine tarsier, tiny but incredibly resourceful. It moves through the branches with astonishing agility. It must always evade the eagle's sharp eyes, a predator that never loses sight of its target. Along the coast of the Verde Island Passage, the heart of the Coral Triangle, a giant whale shark glides gently, a gentle giant of the sea. But not all marine inhabitants are so placid. The tiny blue-ringed octopus, despite its modest size, carries a venom potent enough to stop a human heart. In the mangrove forests of Aurora, mudskippers dance on the water's surface like acrobats, seizing every opportunity to find food. Here, the crab-eating macaque faces the devastation of typhoons and the pressure of competition from other species. Meanwhile, the saltwater crocodile lies in ambush, its patience, a testament to its formidable predatory instinct. Every moment in this vibrant land is a relentless battle for survival. And every movement is a testament to the fierce vitality of nature. But these victories are fragile, demanding steadfast protection to ensure they are not the final notes of this symphony of life. Lying along the Pacific Ring of Fire, the Philippines is one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. It is not only home to over 20 active volcanoes, but is also the meeting point of three massive tectonic plates. The relentless collision of these plates millions of years ago gave birth to the Philippine archipelago. This process was like a master sculptor, constantly carving, erupting, and building to create towering mountains and deep valleys. The landscape of the Philippines is a diverse tapestry, from high peaks to vibrant coral reefs beneath the ocean. In Luzon, the rice terraces of the Cordilleras are a fusion of human ingenuity and natural beauty. Built over 2,000 years ago, these terraces look like stairways to the heavens. But the story of the Philippines is not just about nature. The history of this archipelago is a timeless epic. About 67,000 years ago, the first evidence of human presence was found on the island of Luzon. Indigenous tribes like the Aita have existed for millennia, preserving their unique cultures. The era of cultural exchange began when Ferdinand Magellan arrived in the Philippines in 1521, bringing with him over 300 years of Spanish influence. Religion and architecture have shaped this nation. Catholicism is deeply rooted in the lives of the people, with over 86% of the population being Catholic. In the late 19th century, the Philippines became a colony of the United States. This period ushered in modernization, from an American-style education system to infrastructure development. In 1946, the Philippines gained its independence, beginning a new chapter in its development and integration. The tropical climate of the Philippines is like an artist, constantly painting vibrant landscapes that change with the seasons. Each year, the Philippines experiences two main seasons: the dry season and the rainy season. The dry season, from December to May, brings bright sunshine and clear blue skies. From June to November, the rainy season covers the islands with torrential downpours, with an average annual rainfall of 91 inches. This period is also marked by powerful typhoons, with an average of 20 typhoons per year, some of which are among the strongest on the planet. It is these harsh conditions that have shaped a unique environment where life must adapt to survive. The biodiversity of the rainforests in the Philippines is truly astonishing. It is one of the richest ecosystems on Earth. The Philippines belongs to the group of 17 megadiverse countries, which together hold 70 to 80% of the planet's biological species. To date, over 15,000 plant species have been recorded, with about 50% being endemic. The wildlife is no less remarkable, with over 1,000 species of vertebrates and hundreds of thousands of invertebrate species. The rainforests tell a story of life and adaptation. The tamaraw, a wild dwarf buffalo, has existed for thousands of years, perfectly adapted to the rugged terrain of Mindoro Island. However, habitat loss has pushed their numbers to below 500, making them one of the most critically endangered species. Besides, the pitcher plant Nepenthes philippinensis, a unique carnivorous plant, showcases nature's creativity. With its pitcher-shaped traps filled with sweet nectar, it silently catches and consumes unsuspecting insects. In contrast, the Palawan peacock pheasant, adorned with sparkling green eyes on its feathers, is a masterpiece of natural art. In the stillness of the pristine tropical rainforests, the Philippine eagle soars high as a living symbol of the wild. With the nickname monkey-eating eagle, it appears in folklore and myths, associated with the image of a warrior protecting the ancient forests. On currency, postage stamps, and the national coat of arms, the image of the Philippine eagle is a testament to the country's independence and strength. The Philippine eagle emerged millions of years ago in an environment isolated by the ocean. This isolation created a unique evolutionary branch, where this bird developed distinct characteristics to adapt to the tropical jungle. With keen eyes that can see up to 1.8 miles, it is capable of tracking prey in the dense forests. The feathers on its head stand erect like a natural crown, accentuating its proud appearance. A wingspan of over 7 feet provides incredible agility to navigate through the narrow gaps in the forest. They are found mainly on the large islands of Luzon, Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao, where the primary forests still exist. The Philippine eagle is a devoted parent. Each pair produces only one offspring every 2 years, which makes the survival of the young extremely important for the entire population. The nurturing process is not just a biological act, but also a transmission of hunting skills, helping the young to learn how to survive in a challenging world. The Philippine eagle is a highly territorial species, with each pair controlling a vast area of up to 37,000 acres. They hunt prey such as monkeys, flying lemurs, snakes, and small birds. Their hunting technique is not just based on strength, but a perfect combination of patience and strategy. It often perches motionless for hours on high branches, its sharp eyes able to detect any movement up to 1.8 miles below. Sometimes, the eagle silently stalks its prey through the canopy, taking advantage of every opening to get closer. Each dive is not only lightning fast, but also incredibly precise. With talons 4 inches long and as sharp as razors, a single strike is enough to subdue large prey like flying lemurs or monkeys. The presence of this eagle extends far beyond the role of a mere predator. Thanks to its special hunting ability, it controls the populations of species like the flying lemur and monkeys, ensuring no species becomes overpopulated. However, the story of the Philippine eagle is not just one of pride. Their current population in the wild is estimated to be only about 400 to 600 individuals. The primary forests, their home, are under serious threat from agricultural expansion and urbanization. Furthermore, illegal hunting and population fragmentation are increasingly hindering their ability to reproduce and survive. Under the dense canopy of the tropical rainforest, the tarsier hides in the darkness like a mysterious creature. Though tiny, it is blessed with extraordinary survival abilities. The presence of the tarsier is the result of millions of years of evolution in the isolated environment of the Philippine archipelago. This tropical archipelago, with its diverse flora and fauna, has allowed the tarsier to develop unique characteristics. This power comes not just from their size, but also from the unique structure of their retinas, which allows them to capture light much more effectively than the human eye. Complementing its special vision is the ability to turn its head 180 degrees, giving it a panoramic view without moving its body. However, the tarsier is not just a predator, it plays an important role in maintaining ecological balance. By controlling the insect population, it prevents the outbreak of pests, protecting the trees and vegetation. At the same time, it is also prey for larger animals like the Philippine hawk owl, contributing to the stability of the natural food chain. But its story is also one of conservation. The expansion of agricultural land, logging and habitat loss have pushed this species onto the near-threatened list of the IUCN Red List. In addition, the pressure from hunting for the pet trade or for tourism has exacerbated their precarious situation. The hot wind whips up clouds of blinding dust, blanketing the landscape. Every creature here exists in a delicate balance. A single mistake can end their existence. Even the smallest decision can determine survival. On the vast grassland, a buffalo lowers its head to graze. Its massive body and sharp horns are a defense, but its focus on feeding creates a vulnerability. Just yards away, the dry grass conceals still, golden eyes. A pride of lions has been watching the buffalo for hours. They await the precise moment to strike. On these plains, success depends not on sudden force, but on patience and precision. The confrontation allows for no error. Across the savannah, the lion reigns as the apex predator. Its muscular power is combined with finely coordinated group tactics. This combination provides a powerful advantage in the cycle of predator and prey. The grasslands are not just a habitat but a battlefield, where every movement can decide life or death. Every hunt begins in silence. The pride moves slowly, observing the slightest movement of an antelope or a buffalo. When a weak or isolated target is identified, the strategy begins. The lionesses lead the approach, fanning out to cut off escape routes. When the trap is sprung, violence erupts. The prey fights with desperate strength. The male lions join the assault, using their power to bring down the large animal. But the male's role is more than just brute force. His role is not that of the swift blade, but of the terrifying spectacle. The dark mane is a banner of war, designed to draw the eye, to sow chaos, to shatter the wall of horns with fear alone. He is the living diversion, a legacy of countless ancestors who learned that a battle can be won by terror long before the first claw is drawn. Even with this teamwork, the average success rate is only 15 to 30%. For this reason, old, young, or injured prey are preferentially chosen. These targets minimize risk and conserve energy for the pride. Even when the prize is secured, the meal is never peaceful. The carcass of a zebra or buffalo quickly attracts hyenas, vultures, and other scavengers. By controlling the numbers of herbivores, they prevent buffalo and zebra from devastating the grasslands. This regulation allows the vegetation to recover. The lion shapes the rhythm of the plains. Every stalk, every ambush, and every struggle for food leaves its mark. On the arid, sun-scorched land, the lion is the central link in the chain of survival. The buffalo exist as a unified force. They move in herds, never alone. The young and the weaker individuals always remain in the center. The strong males form the outer ring, ready to confront a predator. This coordination is guided by instinct and experience. The females often lead the way, relying on their memory of past grazing areas and water sources. The adult males protect the group. This structure is flexible yet stable, allowing the herd to survive in harsh environments. The buffalo also connects with other species. Oxpeckers perch on their backs, feeding on parasites. These birds also cry out in alarm at the first sign of danger. When a predator attacks, the herd's reaction is immediate. The group forms a tight circle with their horns pointing outward. This living wall is very difficult to penetrate. Lions or hyenas succeed only if they can break the formation or isolate an individual. Buffalo shape the ecosystem in many ways. They keep the grasslands trimmed, provide food for large predators, and create habitats for symbiotic species. Their presence maintains a balance across the plains, where life and death are intimately linked. The African elephant is the largest land animal. They are natural engineers that shape the landscape. Every footstep leaves a mark. Trees are toppled. Paths are opened through the thick bush. Elephant herds are organized in a tight-knit family structure. The adult females lead the group, relying on their knowledge of water sources and safe routes accumulated over many migrations. Another distinctive feature of the elephant is its ability to communicate. They speak in a language deeper than sound, a conversation carried not on the wind, but through the very bones of the continent itself. It is a rumble of secrets, of distant herds, of the promise of rain carried in the tremors of a far-off storm. They listen to the future, written in the pulse of the earth. At the waterholes, elephants dominate due to their size and strength. Their long tusks are both tools for digging and weapons for defense. However, this dominance is not absolute. Buffalo and hippos sometimes challenge the elephants, forcing them to be cautious before entering contested areas. Elephants leave a powerful ecological impact. As they break branches to feed, they open up space for undergrowth. When they dig for water in the dry season, they create water sources for many other species. On the open savanna, the giraffe stands out due to its exceptional height. This height allows it to access the tree canopy that most other herbivores cannot reach. This advantage helps them spot predators much earlier than other species. However, this benefit comes with a clear vulnerability. When drinking, a giraffe must spread its front legs and lower its body. In this unbalanced position, it becomes an easy target for lions or crocodiles. To compensate, the giraffe relies on speed. Its long legs provide both a long stride and a quick acceleration. When forced into close contact, a kick from a hind leg can inflict serious injury on a predator. In the ecosystem, giraffes form symbiotic relationships. Oxpeckers perch on their bodies, feeding on parasites. These birds also cry out in alarm when a threat approaches. Height gives the giraffe both advantages and risks. They shape the vegetation and play a crucial role in the food web. This role makes the giraffe a key factor in maintaining the balance on the savanna. On the African plains, zebras appear as moving stripes of black and white. They move in large herds, protected by their numbers. The most distinctive feature of the zebra is its striped coat. When standing alone, an individual is easily spotted. But in a moving herd, the stripes blend together and make it difficult for a predator to target a single animal. The zebra is also a resilient grazer. Its digestive system allows it to eat both coarse, dry grass and tender, nutrient-rich shoots. This reduces competition with antelope or buffalo. On this great pilgrimage, the zebra is the pathfinder. They are the first to taste the hardships of the journey, consuming the tough, sun-scorched outer layers of the plains. In their wake, they leave not destruction, but an invitation. A table set for the millions that follow, an ancient, unspoken pact between two species bound to the same journey. When danger appears, the herd's reaction is immediate. Loud calls carry a warning signal that spreads through the group. The entire herd rushes forward in a powerful wave of muscle. The role of the zebra is not limited to a single herbivore. They convert grass into energy for the food chain. When they die, their bodies nourish vultures, hyenas, and other scavengers. In the skies of the savannah, vultures often appear as dark specks circling while searching for carcasses. When food is found, the entire flock descends almost at once, turning the empty ground into a feeding site governed by its own order. The physical characteristics of the vulture are well suited to this role. Their long, nearly featherless necks allow them to reach deep inside a carcass without risk of infection. Their strong, hooked beaks are sharp enough to tear meat even from decaying remains. In this way, they consume food that most other animals leave behind and reduce the spread of disease. Vultures face many challenges. As herbivore populations decline, the number of available carcasses also decreases. They must fly farther to find food, which consumes significant energy. The African leopard is the only predator on the savannah that hunts entirely alone. It does not rely on a pack or sheer strength. Instead, it uses speed, agility, and focus to catch its prey. The leopard can live in many environments, from humid forests to dry grasslands. Tall grass provides cover and allows it to approach a target without being seen. During the hunt, the leopard spends much of its time observing. It measures the distance and chooses the exact moment to strike. A burst of speed combined with a precise leap closes the distance in seconds. After killing its prey, a leopard may drag the carcass up a tree. This action protects the food from hyenas and lions. The leopard achieves a higher hunting success rate than many larger predators. It attacks or retreats based on the opportune moment. Living alone reduces competition within a group, but requires an individual to perform all tasks, from hunting to protecting food. The leopard plays a clear ecological role. It regulates the populations of small and medium-sized animals. Its leftovers provide food for vultures, hyenas, and other scavengers. On the vast plains of Africa, the wildebeest is a constant symbol of mobile life. Hundreds, even thousands, connect into a single herd. Their numbers form a natural shield. When danger appears, a warning signal spreads instantly, and the whole herd moves as one, making it difficult for a predator to isolate a single target. However, this advantage also comes with risks. A wrong reaction can create chaos. Stampedes can leave weaker individuals behind. The wildebeest plays a crucial ecological role. Every blade of grass they eat opens up space for new shoots. Their dung enriches the soil as they move. The highlight of their life cycle is the seasonal migration. When crossing rivers, they face crocodiles. When marching across arid lands, they search for green grass. Individually, a wildebeest has no claws, sharp teeth, or extreme speed. But when united in a herd, they form a powerful force that is hard to break. Beneath the surface of Africa's rivers, the hippopotamus forms a silent but irreplaceable force. They live in groups in river channels and lakes. Spending most of their time submerged to stay cool and protect their skin, they remain in the water by day and move onto land at night to graze. The greatest ecological role of the hippo comes from its daily habits. Their waste directly fertilizes algae and microorganisms, forming the base of the aquatic food chain. When they submerge or wag their tails, they stir up bottom sediments and release nutrients that support fish and other aquatic organisms. In the salt lakes and wetlands of Africa, flamingos gather in large flocks, covering the pale water with a vibrant pink. Thousands move in synchronized patterns, dipping their beaks in a steady rhythm. Large numbers allow for efficient feeding and increased safety in harsh environments. Their curved beaks with filtering structures separate algae, plankton, and small shrimp from the mud. These salt lakes, seemingly harsh, become a rich source of food. When the lakes dry up or become polluted, the flamingos migrate immediately, flying hundreds of miles to new wetlands. Their endurance in flight creates a major ecological impact across regions. The dependence on the lakes also creates a vulnerability. Young or weak individuals often fall prey to fish, eagles, wild dogs, or hyenas. Flamingos contribute clearly to the ecosystems. They control algae levels and help balance the water systems. Their carcasses add nutrients to the shoreline soil. Across the lakes, swamps, and estuaries of Africa, the pelican stands out with its large body, long wings, and a bill equipped with a gular pouch. The main strength of the pelican is collective hunting. When working together, the flock forms a semicircle, herding schools of fish into shallow water. Then, they simultaneously scoop up their prey with their gular pouches. The pelican's gular pouch is more than just a fishing net. To combat the furnace of the African sun, the pelican carries its own private wind. This pouch, a sail of skin, is fluttered to create a cooling breeze against the blood vessels within. It is a built-in bellows, a silent, personal answer to the oppressive heat. The dependence on fish also creates limitations. When food sources decline due to drought or overfishing, the flocks struggle. Their large size makes for a slow takeoff, increasing the risk of attack from hyenas or wild dogs along the shore. In the ecosystems, pelicans regulate fish populations and prevent uncontrolled growth. They also provide food for scavengers like vultures and crocodiles. Along the rivers and lakes of Africa, the fish eagle controls the aquatic populations. They use their sharp vision to scan the water's surface and detect the slightest movements from fish or other animals. Each dive is short and precise. Their talons grip the prey, and they quickly return to a branch or rock to eat. This hunting method uses little energy but yields high efficiency. Though it is the king of the sky, the fish eagle has a formidable competitor, the Goliath heron, the world's largest heron. The Goliath heron often stalks prey in shallow water, and if the fish eagle catches a fish too large to lift immediately, the heron will not hesitate to rush in and steal the meal. The confrontation between these two giants, one from the sky and one from the water, is one of the most tense dramas of Africa's waterways. They combine constant observation with quick reflexes. The fish eagle adjusts its speed and angle of descent depending on the water's depth and current. This adaptation allows them to thrive in rivers, large lakes, and swamps. Their mobility ensures a steady food supply. However, the hunt is not always successful. Strong winds, large waves, or oversized prey reduce the success rate. In the food chain, the fish eagle is a keystone species. It regulates fish populations, creates opportunities for aquatic scavengers, and preserves the ecosystem's balance. As the sun sets on the savannah, the buffalo herds move as one, demonstrating the power of unity. Their horns and heavy bodies provide a defense, but it is the herd that is their strongest shield. In Africa, isolation means risk. Buffalo rely on the herd for protection. Lions depend on teamwork to bring down large prey. Elephants live in families to protect their young. The lesson of the savannah is both harsh and clear. Individual strength alone is not enough. Every species survives through its connections, both within its group and across the entire ecosystem. In the endless cycle of life in Africa, one principle remains unchanged. To survive, species must connect with one another. The hippopotamus does not drift with the current like a crocodile, nor does it slink through the mud like an otter. It walks with a steady tread each night from its deep water refuge to the banks to feed. And it is this unchanging habit, repeated over many years, that has created what are now known as hippo highways. What were initially simple pathways have, over time, evolved into a complex network of channels connecting shallow pools and remote marshes with the delta's central flow. The hippo's role does not stop at moving water. Each night, a hippo can consume 66 to 88 pounds of grass. After feeding, it returns to the water to cool its body and escape the harsh Sunday. And then, in that water, it releases a large amount of waste, a natural fertilizer rich in nitrogen and phosphorus, which promotes the growth of algae and plankton. When the dry season sweeps through the Okavango Delta, the once vast wetlands shrink to a few shallow waterholes. Wherever water remains, it becomes a battlefield. From a distance, a group of lions approaches. The heat is intense. Their throats are parched, but to take a sip of water, they must confront the true ruler of these waters. The hippo opens its enormous mouth like a stone gate, revealing dagger-sharp canines. It is not an invitation, it is a challenge. Under the harsh sun of the Masai Mara, the ground trembles in waves as the wildebeest herds pour across the savannah like a living tide. But within that chaos, another chase begins. The cheetah does not hide in the shadows. It stands in broad daylight, its body taut like a drawn bow. Its eyes are locked on an unwary target at the edge of the herd, a Thompson's gazelle. A lightning-fast burst tears through the air. In less than 20 seconds, the cheetah reaches 75 miles per hour, the fastest speed ever recorded on land. But the gazelle does not give up easily. It reacts instantly, swerving in an instinctive zigzag pattern. Those slender legs are not just for running. They are made to fight for life. With its slender build and poor defensive capabilities, the cheetah avoids hunting at night, when larger predators like lions and hyenas dominate. Instead, it hunts in the early morning or late afternoon. While the females live alone, raising their cubs and often moving to protect them, the males tend to form tight-knit groups called coalitions, often composed of brothers. However, the cheetah lives on the edge of the food chain. Despite being a master of speed, it often loses its hard-earned prey to lions, hyenas, and even leopards. After each energy-draining chase, a cheetah must rest to recover, and that is when stronger rivals often appear. The cheetah's kill-loss rate in the Masai Mara is as high as 50%. Under the scorching heat, silence is not peace, but a threat. In the sparse bushes, 3 pairs of young eyes look up, waiting. Hunger has gnawed away their innocence, and each weak breath is a silent question to their mother. In the amber eyes of the mother lion, there is no pride of a king. Only the weariness of a hunter who has failed for days, and the burden of her small lives on the brink of death. The maternal instinct burns hotter than the scorching sun, turning fear into ultimate courage. In the distance, a solitary figure appears, the only source of life. This is no longer a hunt. This is a battle for the future. A battle where the loser will not see tomorrow. Around them, only the breath of the victor remains. Today's meal is not a trophy, it is life. Survival comes not just from tooth and claw, but from the invisible laws that shape the lion prides of Zakuma. In a night that swallows the stars, every breath is a gamble. There are no roars of defiance, only the frantic drumming of a heart in the prey's chest and the deadly stillness of a hidden predator. This is not merely a meal, it is nature's death sentence, where a moment of weakness, a single small mistake, is enough to end a life. Under the Zakuma sky, the battle for survival has no spectators, no rules, only one law. The weak are culled. And every dawn that breaks is a bloody victory, a cold reminder of the brutality and glory of life. Under the scorching skies of Central Africa, Zakuma once echoed with the desperate cries of the African bush elephants. According to the European External Action Service, between 2002 and 2010, over 4,000 individuals vanished without a sound. At one point, nearly 100 never returned each week. The population was shattered, many herds completely dispersed. Step by step, greed and helplessness had turned Zakuma into a desolate graveyard. It wasn't until 2010, when African parks stepped in, that a new hope began to sprout from the ashes. For the first time, satellite devices tracked the heavy footsteps of these giants. Local communities became the guardians, protecting the wildlife and the land of their ancestors. Now, Zakuma once again thrives as a biological battlefield, where predator and prey struggle for survival in its most primal rhythm. In the shade of the acacia trees, the lion waits patiently, its eyes glowing like embers. Not far away, a herd of taupe antelopes watches intently for strange movements in the wind. Across the murky water, a Nile crocodile surfaces in silence, while a hippopotamus stirs. A silent, wordless contest begins. Life here may not roar, but it beats fiercely, silently, and with a relentless intensity. Zakuma National Park was officially established in 1963 by a presidential decree of the Republic of Chad. Zakuma became the country's first national park and one of the oldest protected areas in the Central African region. Its establishment marked a shift from a loosely managed territory to a strictly protected area. This was a pivotal moment in the history of wildlife conservation in Chad, laying the foundation for future ecological restoration strategies. By 2024, the officially recognized area of Zakuma was 1,175 square miles. Located in the southeast of the Republic of Chad, Zakouma National Park spans the provinces of Guera and Salamat. The park is situated in the Sudano-Sahelian Ecological Transition Zone, a meeting point between the edge of the Sahara Desert and the tropical forests of Central Africa. Thanks to its geographical location, the area mainly consists of low-lying plains with an elevation ranging from 656 to 1,640 feet above sea level. The geology is primarily composed of ancient alluvial and desert sand deposits, which has allowed for the development of a network of rivers. This is essential for maintaining both the hydrological balance and ecological health. Reintroduction of the black rhino in 2018. The bird life is even more diverse, with 530 species recorded. Consequently, the park has become one of Africa's premier birdwatching destinations, especially during the flood season. In terms of plant life, Zakouma has recorded over 500 species of vascular plants, with the main ecological structure being the shrub savanna. Each plant community is distributed based on soil moisture, from the seasonally flooded grasslands to the dry savannas. The climate of Zakouma is characterized as semi-arid with two distinct seasons. The rainy season lasts from May to September, while the dry season extends from October to April of the following year. This seasonal climate pattern dictates the life cycles of the plant communities and strongly influences the migratory, reproductive, and foraging behaviors of the wildlife in the region. The dry season in Zakouma brings the most extreme climatic conditions, with daytime temperatures often soaring above 95 degrees Fahrenheit and humidity dropping to very low levels. Rainfall is almost non-existent, causing the seasonal rivers and wetlands to dry up, leaving behind cracked mudflats and ash-colored withered grasslands. The Sahelian acacia savanna, located in the northern part of Zakouma, is the most arid ecoregion in the entire park. The terrain here is flat, with fast-draining sandy clay soil, causing surface moisture to disappear just a few weeks after the rainy season ends. The absence of water and natural shade means that the ground temperature in this area often exceeds 113 degrees Fahrenheit at midday. However, the plant life in this region has evolved to withstand these extremely arid conditions, through adaptations such as small leaves, deep root systems, and a thick outer bark. And the animals here are anything but fragile. Amidst the dusty veil that covers the savannah, the African civet silently roams the night, playing an essential role. With its highly developed scent glands, it leaves distinct chemical trails on tree trunks, rocks, and familiar paths. This scent-marking behavior is crucial for establishing territory and helps to prevent conflict, especially when food becomes limited. Their diet is both flexible and essential. From insects and fallen fruits to carrion, they contribute to the decomposition process. Also a small and agile creature, the caracal has adapted remarkably to the harsh, arid conditions of Zakuma. With its prominent long ears tipped with sharp black tufts like arrows, this wild cat is known for its ability to leap vertically up to 10 feet. An impressive skill that allows it to catch birds in mid-air. Thanks to its compact body and a sandy-colored coat that blends perfectly with the environment, the caracal moves with ease through the low thorn bushes. The Kordofan giraffe, the tallest of animals, faces no small challenge in surviving the dry season. Classified as a critically endangered subspecies, the Kordofan giraffe now numbers fewer than 2,000 individuals in the wild. More than half of them live in the core of Zakuma. Compared to other giraffe subspecies like the Maasai or the South African giraffe, the Kordofan is significantly smaller. Its average height ranges from 14.8 to 18 feet. Its coat is a pale cream color with small, sparse spots. Its mouth, equipped with flexible lips and a tongue nearly 18 inches long. This is a significant biological advantage, reducing direct competition with other herbivores. Among the hoofed mammals, the giraffe endures some of the highest joint and spinal pressures due to its size and long neck. This makes them particularly vulnerable to sudden changes in terrain, such as cracked dry ground or shifting sand slopes. GPS tracking reports from early 2025 show that the movement of the Kordofan giraffe has increased by nearly 30% during the dry season. This increase in movement under the intense heat depletes their energy and puts additional pressure on their joints. Furthermore, with a long neck and a cardiovascular system that operates at a blood pressure nearly double that of a human, bending down to drink from low water holes during the dry season comes with serious risks. However, the Kordofan giraffe has adapted. They shorten their bending time, remain vigilant in small groups, and primarily move in the early morning hours. More worrying, however, is their slow reproductive cycle and low birth rate. Each female gives birth to only one calf after a gestation period of up to 15 months. Also in the arid Sahelian acacia savanna, where the Kordofan giraffe reigns in the treetops, the warthog stands out near the ground. Unlike many animals in Zakuma that tend to hide from the daytime heat, the warthog remains active during the peak hours. According to movement tracking data, the warthog spends 60 to 70% of its day foraging, with peak activity in the early morning and late afternoon. Notably, the pregnant or lactating females tend to extend their foraging time more than the males to meet their higher energy demands. Equipped with a pair of scimitar-shaped tusks and a low-slung body, they can dig deep burrows for their nightly refuge. Their tusks are also defensive tools. In the dry season, when fresh grass is scarce, the warthog feeds on its knees, a behavior that helps to conserve energy. They can also eat carrion and sometimes hunt insects or small animals when their main food sources are limited. Although not particularly large, the warthog is by no means helpless when facing its well-known predators. The adult individuals can charge with their tusks and use a sudden burst of speed of up to 28 miles per hour. The female warthogs protecting their young have even been known to approach and challenge medium-sized predators like the jackal. However, their presence on the fringes of the Sahelian acacia savanna can sometimes cause ecological concerns. During prolonged droughts, some warthogs may wander into the buffer zones, raiding the fields of rice, peanuts, or cassava. These raids have led to the warthog being considered an agricultural pest in some of the communities bordering the forest. In addition, the warthog is considered a natural host of the tsetse fly, an insect capable of transmitting African sleeping sickness. They are also potential carriers of the African swine fever virus, which they can carry without obvious symptoms. Managing the warthog population is a complex challenge in the buffer zones, where the boundary between the wilderness and human habitation remains fragile. The arid Sahelian acacia savanna of Zakuma is not an easy place to live. But the lion remains, not because it is the best place, but because it is the most suitable for their hunting strategy and survival needs. The lions in Zakuma are smaller than those in eastern and southern Africa. The males weigh on average from 265 to 330 pounds. With a minimal mane and a lean body, they move with more agility and expend less energy, an essential advantage in this arid savanna. They hunt mainly at night and at dawn when the prey begins to emerge from their shelters and the sunlight is still gentle. The most effective hunting window, according to data from GPS collars collected by African parks in early 2025, is from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. The remaining depressions around the Tama River become mandatory gathering points for herbivores like the topi, the roan antelope, and the warthog, and thus they become the main ambush areas. The lion is not a long-distance chaser in the open terrain, and the low, sparse bushes like the Senegal acacia, they rely on ambush tactics. This strategy helps to conserve energy, reduces the risk of failure, and is well suited to the landscape. In Zakuma, the lion prides are usually small, from 3 to 6 individuals. This is due to the low density of prey, the harsh environmental pressure, and the need to move over a wide range. The smaller groups move faster, require less food sharing, and are better able to control the vast territories. In the pride, the lionesses lead the hunt. They coordinate in small groups, usually sisters or mothers and daughters, to execute precise attacks. However, while the lionesses hunt, the males eat first, even if they did not participate. This rule maintains order and security in the pride. The adult males protect the pride from rival males and competing predators. In return, they get first access to the food. When prey is scarce, the females often carry a portion of the carcass away to feed their cubs separately, reducing conflict and improving their chances of survival. However, the tight social structure of the lion is also fragile. The population numbers in the entire region are still low, and many prides show signs of inbreeding. The West African lion group of Zakuma shares a lineage with those in the W. Ali Penjari complex and also mixes with populations from Central and North Central Africa. A 2024 genetic analysis confirmed that the lions of Zakuma carry an intermediate genome. This indicates the crucial role of Zakuma in connecting the last remaining genetic corridors of the Panthera leo subspecies. With fewer than 1,000 adult individuals of this subspecies left in the wild, Zakuma National Park plays a vital role. The lion also helps to maintain the ecological balance. Where there are lions, the herbivore herds move more cautiously and avoid overgrazing in specific areas. Zakuma is gradually recovering with purpose and action. In February 2025, Zakuma partnered with the Lion Recovery Fund to launch a comprehensive lion monitoring protocol. It combines camera traps, GPS tracking, genetic sampling, and analysis of social structure. The goal of this initiative is to determine the exact population numbers, track age, sex, and social relationships within the prides. At the same time, at the foot of the savannah, the Abyssinian ground hornbill quietly assumes its own role in the biological regulation of the ecosystem. Up to 3.6 feet tall, with a jet black plumage and a prominent red facial skin, it strides across the dry grasslands in search of insects, reptiles, and even young rodents. On top of its bill is a glossy black casque, a hollow structure that helps to amplify its deep, resonant call. Data from Zakuma in 2025 shows that these birds form lifelong pairs and control feeding territories of up to 1 square mile. In the dry season, when the ground cover is sparse and the ground cracks under the heat, their hunting efficiency improves. The Abyssinian ground hornbill lives mainly on the ground, making them a special site in the savanna ecosystem. In the dry season, the reduced vegetation cover significantly enhances their visibility and foraging range. As the ground hornbill's steps glide over the sun-scorched grass in search of insects, silent circles begin to form above. They are not a sign of life, but of an end. A life has ended, and another crucial link in the ecosystem is stepping in to perform its final duty. The African white-backed vulture. The most common vulture species in the sub-Saharan region, the African white-backed vulture makes up nearly 50% of the total vulture population in Chad. With a wingspan of up to 7.5 feet and extremely sharp vision, it can spot a carcass from a distance of 2.5 to 3 miles. When an individual spots a target, it begins to circle silently above, a clear visual signal that attracts others to the scene within minutes. In the dry season, when carcasses are more frequent due to lack of water and survival stress, their role becomes even more critical. They can clean a carcass within a few hours, eliminating harmful pathogens like anthrax and tissue-decomposing viruses. The African white-backed vulture follows a distinct feeding strategy. Unlike the larger vultures that tear the skin or crush the hard bones, the African white-backed vulture does not break the tough hide. Instead, it uses a pull-and-eat strategy, taking advantage of its beak shape to access the soft tissues, especially the internal organs. Most of the carcasses they consume are not from hunted prey, but from animals that have died of disease, accident, or exhaustion. After feeding, these birds often rest with their wings spread wide, basking in the dry heat, a characteristic behavior. The sunning not only helps to speed up digestion, but also helps to eliminate bacteria that cling to their feathers, acting as a natural biological shield. While the African white-backed vulture silently cleans up the remains of life, the martial eagle is often the one to initiate the cycle. As one of the most powerful birds of prey in Africa, it does not rely on flocks or the smell of rot. Instead, it hunts with unwavering and unhesitating precision. With a wingspan of over 8.5 feet and a weight of up to 13 pounds, its talons can grip prey twice its own weight. Its vision is estimated to be 3.6 times sharper than a human's, sharp enough to detect the slightest movement within a range of over 3 miles. In the dry season, when the grass is sparse and the ground is cracked, the martial eagle has a clear vantage point from the remaining tall Senegal acacia trees. They hunt alone, targeting prey weighing from 1 to 11 pounds. A single dive can reach a speed of up to 150 miles per hour. There is no chase, only perfect timing and a decisive attack. In addition, unlike many large eagles known for their noisy breeding calls, like the crested eagle, the martial eagle is almost silent. This silence makes it harder to detect and study in the wild, but it also reflects its solitary lifestyle and a strategy based on stealth. If the Sahelian savanna forms the arid buffer zone to the north, moving deeper into the heart of Zakuma, the landscape begins to change. This area belongs to the East Sudanian savanna, where the vegetation thickens with tall grasses interspersed with shrubs and scattered patches of open woodland. Although still classified as semi-arid, the dry season in the East Sudanian savanna is less severe than in the north. The humidity is higher and the daytime temperature hovers around 97 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Some semi-permanent water sources persist longer into the dry season thanks to the deeper, nutrient-rich clay soils. In the dense undergrowth of the Combretum and Terminalia bushes in central Zakuma, the African crested porcupine silently emerges at night. With quills that can be up to 16 inches long, raised when threatened, this rodent is known for its passive but highly effective defense mechanism. During the dry season, when food is scarce, these porcupines venture deeper into the woodlands in search of remaining roots, tubers, and bark. However, this does not significantly affect the porcupine's health, thanks to its specialized digestive system and a clever nutritional strategy. Also in this region, another resident has chosen a completely opposite survival strategy, the Fittest monkey. No hiding, no burrowing. They burst into the open grasslands with remarkable speed. This is the fastest running monkey in the world, capable of reaching speeds of up to 34 miles per hour when pursued, twice as fast as most other primates in Africa. The Fittest monkey has a slender body, powerful hind legs, and a long whip-like tail, nearly as long as its body, which helps maintain balance. Its reddish-brown coat, bright face, and distinctive black eye markings like glasses make it easily detectable even from a distance. They live in small groups, led by a dominant male, are active during the day, and are constantly on the move in search of seeds and insects. This agility reduces their risk of encountering predators by 40% compared to slower-moving primates in the same area. Not all species choose to disperse and move with the flexibility of the Fittest monkey. Right in this same area, the buffon's cob takes the opposite approach, forming large, cohesive herds to survive the harsh, dry season. A distinct subspecies of the cob, the buffon's cob, is widely distributed across Central Africa and the Sahel, areas that now have arid soil, scorched grass, and dust-covered depressions. Unlike many herbivores that choose to hide in harsh weather, the buffon's cob gathers in large groups, with herds sometimes numbering in the hundreds. Each herd has a well-structured social hierarchy, often divided into 3 groups. There is a group of females with their young, solitary adult males, and younger male groups that practice competitive behaviors. At the end of the dry season, before the first rains arrive, the adult males begin to establish mating territories. They use their lyre-shaped horns to engage in direct combat to control the remaining patches of grass. GPS tracking from 2025 shows that the dominant males control territories of 0.3 to 0.6 square miles, which they hold for the 2 to 3 peak breeding weeks. To evade predators, the buffon's cob relies on a strategy of early detection and rapid response. They have a wide field of vision and extremely keen hearing, with many individuals constantly on alert at the edge of the herd. Their sprinting speed can reach up to 43 miles per hour, with sudden turns that reduce the chances of being caught. Like the cob, the African bush elephant also lives in herds. But their survival strategy is uniquely shaped by a different kind of hardship, one not rooted in weather or terrain. From 2002 to 2010, over 4,000 African bush elephants in Zakuma were lost to ivory poaching, more than 90% of the population. The impact was devastating, leaving deep fissures in the elephant's social structure. The matriarch-led herds were shattered, and without their leaders, the surviving elephants became scattered and extremely wary. The loss of the matriarchs, the keepers of migratory and landscape memory, left the herds disoriented. But a turning point came in 2010 when African Parks took over the management of the park. By early 2025, Zakuma's elephant population had surpassed 750 individuals, with more than a quarter being calves. Now, the African bush elephant is gradually returning to a normal life, readapting to the harsh rhythm of the dry season. In these conditions, the spatial memory of the matriarch becomes the key to survival. In these conditions, the spatial memory of the matriarch becomes the key to survival. Under the leadership of the oldest female, the herd moves constantly to reach areas like the Bar Salamat riverbed. The elephant herds of Zakuma are matriarchal units consisting of related females and their offspring. Each herd functions as a close-knit, highly coordinated social group in moving, foraging, protecting the calves, and sharing survival information. In arid conditions, the elephant's diet changes significantly. When fresh grass is gone, they switch to dry leaves, broken branches, roots, and bark, consuming from 265 to 330 pounds of vegetation per day. This behavior inadvertently reshapes the landscape, creating new opportunities for other species to thrive after the dry season. Their trunk, containing over 40,000 individual muscle bundles, is a crucial tool and weapon in their survival. During the dry season, the African bush elephant is known to dig water holes with their trunks. Each well is 12 to 20 inches deep. In times of extreme scarcity, ecological stress can lead to encounters with top predators like the lion. Besides sharing food and protecting the young, elephants also exhibit mourning behaviors for their deceased members, a rare trait. Zakuma National Park is gradually reclaiming its role as a true ecological sanctuary. Here, each African bush elephant is not just existing, but living with memory, intention, and purpose. As the thick night swallows the savannah, the mother elephant's every purpose contracts into a single instinct to protect. Beneath her colossal body, a tiny life trembles, its faint cries lost. The silence is torn as they arrive. A whole clan of hyenas emerges from the bush, their circle tightening with a macabre laughter, turning the still night into an arena. They lunge, aiming for the young, tender legs, but a wall of flesh and bone stands in their way. The mother trumpets a sound that shakes the heavens, not of fear, but of a primal fury. Each swing of her tusks is a sworn oath that the enemy will have to pass through her. In a circle of death, a mother's love blazes, brutally and fiercely beautiful. But contrasting with the roar of maternal love is another sound that shapes survival in Zakuma, the eerie laughter of the hunter. The spotted hyena has one of the most powerful bites relative to its body size, exerting a force of up to 1,000 pounds, force, enough to crush the large bones that lions leave behind. Their digestive system is equipped with bone-dissolving enzymes, allowing them to digest marrow and bone fragments much more efficiently. They live in matriarchal clans. Each group is led by dominant females, usually related by blood, along with their offspring. In the dry season, the spotted hyena flexibly switches between the role of a scavenger and a formidable predator. They often arrive at lion kills to compete, using their large numbers to intimidate and steal the carcass when the original predators are off guard. Clashes between hyenas and lions have been recorded, with the hyenas organizing full-scale assaults on the carcasses. Even more incredible is their willingness to consume the remains of their own kind, an act that is both cold and efficient. Their dens, communal shelters chosen by the dominant females, are designed with multiple narrow entrances and are maintained collectively. In the dry season, when direct hunting becomes more difficult, the spotted hyena relies more on scavenging. They follow the vultures or the distant sounds of large predators, sometimes from miles away, to locate the carcasses. Unlike the lions, they are not dependent on the seasonal migrations of their prey. Instead, they adapt to the prey's movements. Their strong social structure helps to mitigate the stress of the dry season. When a dominant female dies, her successor, usually a daughter, quickly steps in to restore order and stability to the clan. The surface of the Okavango swamp slowly settles after the chaos. The last ripples fade, leaving only the smell of mud and a thin sheen of blood shimmering in the sunday. High above, a pair of broad wings cuts across the sky. It is the African fish eagle, the undisputed king of the wetland skies. With vision that can spot prey from over half a mile away, the African fish eagle does not need to soar as low as other predators. When it spots a target, it descends in a sharp diagonal line. Suddenly, its great wings fold. The eagle plummets like an arrow shot from the heavens. Its dive can reach speeds of up to 50 miles per hour, and in an instant, the water's surface erupts in a small explosion. Two curved razor-sharp talons clamp down on a fish weighing nearly 4.5 pounds, lifting it from the water before the ripples have time to close. When food is scarce, the African fish eagle does not hesitate to borrow the fruits of others' labor. It is known for its behavior of kleptoparasitism, or stealing prey from other birds. Its journey stretches northward, to a river that has nurtured ancient civilizations, where this bird becomes a timeless symbol, the Nile. This river flows like a ribbon of jade, carving a line of life through the heart of the arid Sahara. The Nile River is approximately 4,132 miles long and is formed by two contrasting main sources, the White Nile and the Blue Nile. The White Nile originates in the Great Lakes region, with its most distant source being the Kagera River flowing into Lake Victoria. On the other side, the Blue Nile originates from Lake Tana in the Ethiopian highlands. Although only about 900 miles long, it contributes up to 80% of the Nile's water and nutrient-rich silt during the rainy season. The two great rivers meet in Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, merging into one mighty river. Afterward, the Nile cuts through the desert, creating a vast green corridor through a land where annual rainfall is only between 1 and 4 inches. Along its banks, ecological diversity thrives. This region is home to over 129 species of fish, 300 species of waterfowl, and many other rare animals. And we begin with the most iconic reptile of the Nile, which is also the largest reptile in Africa, the Nile crocodile. The Nile crocodile's image is carved on the walls of ancient temples, forever linked to the figure of Sobek, the crocodile-headed god, symbolizing the power, fertility, and wild strength that the Nile bestowed. In ancient Egyptian beliefs, crocodiles were not just fearsome predators of the river, they were sacred creatures. They were raised in temple pools, adorned with jewelry. Have you ever wondered why this giant predator bears the name of the river? More than 2 centuries ago, European naturalists first encountered this colossal crocodile along the banks of the Nile. Awed by its power, they named it Crocodilus niloticus. The Nile crocodile is famous for its enormous size. Adult males can be up to 20 feet long and weigh over 1,650 pounds. Its thick, dark skin provides perfect camouflage in the marshes and murky waters. The survival of the Nile crocodile depends on its ability to hide and the precision of its ambush. Along the Nile's banks, they choose quiet spots and lie motionless for hours, waiting for herds of antelope, zebra, or buffalo to come and drink. When the time is right, they launch from the water with lightning speed, clamping down on their prey with a bite force of up to 16,000 newtons. It is the crushing power of a moving steel press. Their signature hunting technique is the death roll. Once the prey is captured, the crocodile spins its body violently underwater, disorienting the victim, breaking its bones, and tearing it into bite-sized pieces to swallow. The Nile crocodile plays a vital role in freshwater ecosystems. They regulate herbivore populations, remove carcasses and sick animals, reduce the spread of diseases, and help maintain ecological balance. And before the Nile crocodile reaches its formidable adult form, it must survive a perilous youth, a youth of constant threats. As the water stills after the crocodile's strike, the shoebill quietly appears, standing motionless like a stone statue, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The shoebill is one of Africa's most bizarre and captivating birds. With a massive bill shaped like a wooden shoe, nearly a foot long, it can clamp down and crush large fish, water snakes, or even baby crocodiles. Its habit of standing motionless for hours in the swamp makes the shoebill look like a living statue, a perfect hunting strategy for ambushing careless prey. With a wingspan of over 8 feet and the ability to fly slowly and silently, it glides over the water without making a sound. Despite its prehistoric appearance, the shoebill is a testament to perfect evolution, combining strength, patience, and precision. With its sharp, cold eyes and majestic stance, it deserves to be called the silent hunter of the African swamps. Its greatest enemy is not the shoebill, but another silent hunter of the Nile monitor. An adult Nile monitor has a robust, muscular body, up to 8 feet long, and weighing up to 44 pounds. Its thick, scaled skin has a yellow-green spotted pattern, providing perfect camouflage. With a long, flat and powerful tail that acts as a paddle, the Nile monitor is an excellent swimmer, capable of diving for up to an hour to hunt or escape predators. Notably, the Nile monitor is known as an arch-nemesis of the Nile crocodile, frequently sniffing out and raiding crocodile nests to eat the eggs. "2024 field observations from the Sud wetlands in South Sudan have documented cases of cooperative hunting. While one monitor distracts the guarding mother crocodile, another sneaks in to dig up and eat the eggs. Another striking feature of the Nile monitor is its intelligence, which is surprising for a reptile. It shows signs of coordination, task division, and problem solving. When danger lurks, it has an arsenal of defenses, puffing up its body to look more intimidating, emitting a warning hiss, lashing its tail like a whip, or biting hard with its powerful jaws. Ecologically, the Nile monitor helps regulate populations of small animals, young crocodiles, and large insects, maintaining biological balance throughout the Nile basin. However, the Nile monitor is just one piece in the vast reptilian puzzle of Africa. The continent is home to hundreds of lizard species, from the colorful agama lizards basking on rock walls to the small geckos hiding in crevices at night. This is the Moroccan spiny-tailed lizard, a small reptile armed with a tail covered in hard, sharp scales used for self-defense. It lives in the Sahara Desert, where daytime temperatures can exceed 122 degrees Fahrenheit, while the night plunges into cold, a place where furnace-like heat and freezing cold coexist. Stretching over 3.6 million square miles across 11 countries, the Sahara covers most of North Africa, an area nearly the size of the entire United States. This is not just a desert in the traditional sense. It is a complex tapestry of landforms, from vast shifting sand dunes to barren gravel plains known as regs. Hidden within the Sahara is one of the world's most mysterious geological formations, the Richat structure, also known as the Eye of the Sahara. About 30 miles wide, this spiral-shaped feature is only fully visible from space. Beyond its unusual appearance, the Sahara is also home to life forms, with biological designs that seem crafted for survival in extreme conditions. The dromedary camel is perhaps the most obvious example. The most striking feature of the dromedary is its single hump, which can weigh up to 80 pounds. Contrary to popular belief, this hump contains fat, not water. When food is scarce, the camel metabolizes this fat into energy and water. The dromedary camel has an exceptional tolerance for dehydration. It can go for more than a week without drinking, and when water is available, it can consume up to 53 gallons in just a few minutes. In nomadic cultures like the Tuareg and Bedouin, the camel is not just livestock, it is the center of survival and tradition. They provide milk, meat, leather, and wool. As pack animals, they transport people and goods across vast desert distances. For their adaptability and versatility, they are known as the ship of the desert. Alongside the dromedary camel, smaller creatures also exhibit equally incredible survival skills. One of them is the fennec fox, the world's smallest fox. The fennec fox is nocturnal. It avoids the sun by resting in deep burrows dug in the sand. These burrows can reach depths of 4 feet and cover an area of over 100 square feet. Although highly social, the fennec fox hunts alone. Its diet mainly consists of insects, small reptiles, rodents, bird eggs, fruits, and roots. Thanks to its acute hearing, it can detect prey by picking up sounds from beneath the sand. Once the location is identified, the fox quickly uses its paws to dig and catch the prey. But these giant ears hide a second secret, a masterpiece of adaptation to the heat. They act as a perfect biological radiator. With a large surface area and countless tiny blood vessels close to the skin, these ears allow blood to circulate and release excess heat into the surrounding air, helping the fox to keep its body cool in the scorching desert heat. It's a two-in-one solution for both hunting and survival. Now let's turn to another pack hunter. They hunt with greater precision than lions and may be the most effective hunters in the African wild dog. In the heart of the Okavango Delta, the African wild dog has carved out a different way of life. Not as powerful as the lion, not as stealthy as the leopard. They win through connection. The success of the pack is the key to survival for each member. And it is this social model that allows them to achieve a staggering hunting success rate of up to 80%. They are not large, averaging only 44 to 66 pounds, but their long legs, deep chests, and relatively large hearts allow them to run for miles without tiring. The final wonder named in the list of Africa's most extraordinary ecological treasures is not on land, but hidden beneath the water. This is the Red Sea Reef, the continent's only and most remarkable marine wonder. The Red Sea Reef stretches along the western coast of the Red Sea, from the Gulf of Suez down to the waters of Eritrea and Sudan. The Red Sea is one of the few marine areas in the world formed by the rifting of two tectonic plates. While reefs in the Indian Ocean, the Caribbean, and even the Great Barrier Reef have all experienced widespread bleaching due to rising sea temperatures. The reefs in the northern Red Sea have shown a remarkable degree of resilience. The corals here can withstand temperatures up to 89.6 degrees Fahrenheit without losing their symbiotic algae, a condition that often leads to coral collapse in many other regions when water temperatures exceed 84.2 degrees Fahrenheit. For this reason, researchers have dubbed them supercorals, a form of coral with exceptional heat resistance. This extraordinary resilience is not a recent adaptation but a legacy from the last ice age. To reach the Red Sea, the ancestors of these corals had to migrate through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the south, a gate of death with extremely high temperatures and salinity. Only the hardiest coral individuals survived that grueling journey. Thus, today's supercorals are the descendants of those elite survivors, carrying a heat-resistant genetic makeup forged over thousands of years. Today, this sea is home to over 1,200 species of reef fish, about 10% of which are endemic, found nowhere else in the world. The waters of the Red Sea are so clear that sunlight can penetrate to depths of 100 to 130 feet, providing energy for the photosynthesis of the symbiotic algae, the primary source of nutrition for the corals. Amidst the vibrant coral maze of the Red Sea Reef, a tiny creature tells its own extraordinary story of survival, the Red Sea clownfish. With its bright orange-yellow body and two bold white stripes, this fish is a living example of the power of adaptation and biological evolution. Although only about 5.5 inches long, the Red Sea clownfish thrives in harsh conditions. Unlike the colorful reef fish, the dugong captures attention with its quiet presence, steady movements, and enduring nature. The Red Sea, with its enclosed geography, hypersaline waters, and high temperatures, has become the last genetic reservoir for dugongs in the western Indian Ocean. Today, only about 600 to 700 individuals remain. As a strict herbivore, the dugong is entirely dependent on the seagrass meadows in shallow, sunlit coastal waters. In the Red Sea, they show a clear preference for narrow-leafed seagrass. After the gentle glides of the dugong through the seagrass meadows, the survival journey of the Red Sea continues with another ancient creature, the hawksbill turtle. Unhurried and solitary, this sea turtle quietly protects the life of the coral reefs in its own way. The hawksbill turtle is listed as critically endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, with the global population estimated at only about 8,000 adult nesting females in 2025. However, in the Red Sea region, their nesting density is significantly higher. Recent surveys have recorded over 1,200 nests on Saudi Arabia's Farasan Islands alone. What makes them unique is that unlike tropical turtles that nest on damp beaches, the hawksbill turtles of the Red Sea lay their eggs on barren, sandy islands. Where temperatures can reach over 113 degrees Fahrenheit and rainfall is extremely scarce. To adapt, they have developed a rare reproductive strategy, laying some eggs without yolks. Although these eggs cannot hatch, they are thought to act as natural water sacs that help maintain moisture in the nest. Unlike many other sea turtles that primarily eat seagrass or jellyfish, the hawksbill turtle mainly consumes sponges. By eating sponges, the hawksbill turtle indirectly maintains space and access to sunlight for the corals. As the patterned shells of the hawksbill turtles gently cut through the waves on their return to the sea after the nesting season, another ecological icon of the Red Sea silently patrols the deeper waters, the grey reef shark. Unlike creatures tied to the sandy bottom or the shallow reefs, this reef shark is the embodiment of agility and control, keeping the ocean's web of life in balance through millions of years of evolution. As a mesopredator, the grey reef shark helps regulate the populations of smaller fish species, removing the weak or unhealthy, thereby maintaining ecological balance across the entire reef system. In the deep blue waters, along the steep reef walls of the Red Sea, the grey reef shark glides near the cliff face, using the currents to save energy before launching out of the shadows in a lightning-fast attack. After observing the schools of grey reef sharks patrolling the reef walls, we descend to the deeper levels of the ecosystem, where a solitary, powerful, and mysterious creature silently commands the food chain from behind the scenes. This is the tiger shark, the apex predator of the Red Sea, an ancient predatory icon whose lineage dates back more than 60 million years. Unlike the reef sharks, the tiger shark moves alone, is an opportunistic hunter, and can travel hundreds of miles in just a few days. As night falls on the Red Sea, the tiger shark silently rises from the abyss like a prehistoric ghost. It does not rely on sudden bursts of speed or pack hunting. Instead, it moves with a silent determination. Everything can become part of its menu. Sea turtles, dugongs, rays, smaller sharks, seabirds, and even drifting carcasses. A quick snap, a shake of the head, a powerful cut, and then it disappears as if it were never there. It does not always attack, but when it does, the tiger shark rarely fails. Although their image is sometimes controversial due to rare encounters with humans. 2025 statistics show that the chance of encountering a tiger shark while diving in the Red Sea is only 0.3%, with almost no aggressive behavior recorded. The wild nature of Africa, where wonders seem to step straight out of the Bible, paints a majestic picture of dust, flesh, and light. But behind that grandeur lie growing challenges. Mount Kilimanjaro has lost over 85% of its ice since 1912, while the forests at its base have shrunk due to logging and mass trekking. The Nile River is fragmented by dams, heavily polluted, and gradually losing its coastal wetlands. The Okavango Delta struggles with drought, oil exploration, and unstable flood patterns. The Sahara continues to expand, desertification swallowing its green fringes. The Red Sea faces coral bleaching as sea temperatures rise, while uncontrolled tourism and plastic pollution are destroying parts of the reef. To protect the Great Migration, the Masai Mara Conservation Center in 2024 adopted the Earth Ranger Monitoring Network along with LoRaWAN technology. Helping to track wildlife and prevent poaching more effectively. On Kilimanjaro, although more than 85% of the ice has disappeared since 1912, reforestation programs at the mountain's base and visitor management efforts are being intensified. Along the Nile, farmers are beginning to adopt agroforestry methods to restore the wetlands, encouraging the return of species like hippos and Nile crocodiles. Amidst the changing rhythms of nature, every small action from the community contributes to a greater change. Choosing responsible tourism, supporting transparent conservation projects, and reducing waste and practicing sustainable consumption are ways we can help protect the Serengeti, the Nile, or the Red Sea without leaving home.